Everything looking good so far. The crew lock continuing to very slowly vent pressure. Heading towards vacuum. Our two spacewalking astronauts, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, patiently awaiting those next steps to switch their suits to battery power, officially begin the spacewalk, open up the hatch, and head out. Their first task will be to carry out two very large strut bags, and they'll tow that all the way to the very far end of the port side of the International Space Station, the P6 truss. Now, regaining some of those views of the airlock. This is Mission Control Houston. Everything's still looking good so far. That crew lock continuing to very slowly vent pressure. The milestone we are waiting for here in Mission Control Houston is about a half a pound per square inch, 0.5 psi. For they give the crew the go-ahead to open up the hatch. We might see that first before they switch to battery power. We're just standing by as that crew lock continues to slowly vent pressure.
What do you call it for less than 25?
Copy, Kate, and we see 0.65.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're still continuing to watch the outside of the Quest airlock, hoping to see that thermal hatch cover open very soon. Everything is still looking good as the crew lock itself continues to very slowly vent pressure. We're just a little bit more than 0.5 psi now, just waiting for that call that everything's looking good for the crew to go ahead and open the hatch.
Okay, Kate, we show 0.49. You have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy, go. In work.
With that go from Mission Control, you'll see the thermal cover at the center. You can already see it start to fly open. That's the thermal cover of the hatch to the crew lock.
Can you pull my feet down towards you a little bit, like to come? Let
me see if I can try to find your feet.
Okay, we see the hatch thermal cover open. So, Soichi, emergency MPEV closed.
They're open?
Hatch is open.
Yeah, emergency MPEV closed.
And I need to come more towards you. Yeah, I need to make more of a hole here. I need to go up.
Okay, well, this thing behind you is the strut bag.
Yeah.
You want to try going forward?
And Kate and Ike, let me know when you're ready for approach details.
Will do.
Sort of a tight squeeze in the crew lock today. There's two spacewalking astronauts fully suited up and pressurized, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover. In addition, there are two very large strut bags.
Volume getting it over center.
So Rubins and Glover are working hand in hand to making sure that they're in a good configuration for this next set of steps.
A little bit. On my feet, out of the way.
Yep.
I'm going to have to come back towards you a little bit.
Yep, that's okay.
Okay. Lead it forward.
Think forward of Venus, wherever there's a hole.
Okay. I can get out of your way, but I can't pull you up there. The handrail forward. Use that one to pull yourself.
Yep. Yeah, I can get the hatch open, I just can't get it over center.
Okay. It has to pivot a certain way before it'll...
All right. Ooh, I
Nice.
just did it.
Nice job. Yeah, that hinge is awkward.
All right, Frank, ready for your next?
All right, guys. Nice job working through that. We know it's super tight in there, so strong work. Okay, for both. Switch power to bat. Remember to stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
All right, easy one.
E2.
For both, check display switch. Functional.
EV1, functional yes and no.
EV2.
Ike, for you, switch power EV1 and 2. Two switches off. OFF.
EV1, power off. LED is out. EV2, power off. LED off.
Copy off and LEDs off for both. Disconnect SCUs from DCM. Then you'll install the DCM cover and stow the SCU in pouch.
EV1, SCU disconnected. DCM cover installed.
And with that, the astronauts have switched their suits to battery power, officially beginning today's spacewalk. The official start time of today's spacewalk is 5:12 a.m. Central Time. Again, the official start time for today's spacewalk, 5:12 a.m. Central Time. At the time of the spacewalk start, the International Space Station and Kate Rubins and Victor Glover about to head out the hatch were flying 260 statute miles over the country of Niger in Africa.
Do you want us to use in the pouch?
V2, SCU in the pouch.
Copy both. Ike, check depress pump man ISO valve closed.
It's closed.
For both on your DCMs, temp control valve, max hot.
V1, temp control valve, max hot.
EV2, max hot.
For both, switch water on.
EV1, water on.
V2.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
V1, DTM blank, bite off.
EV2, blank, bite off.
Temp control valve as desired for both.
V1, set at 5.
V2 set at 3.
Copy 5 and 3. Check suit pressure gauge, 4.2 to 4.4, and let me know your numbers.
EV1, 4.2 on CT gauge.
EV2, 4.2.
We copy, and those are good numbers. And we are about halfway through a day pass, so visors as required.
Copy. V1, good visor.
V2, I'll put mine down when we get outside.
All right, guys. We have a go to egress. So, Kate, you can egress the airlock and verify on your way out that the forward hatch pit pin is engaged.
Okay, egressing the airlock. I'll get the pit pin when I get out. And I'm just going to go over the top of your seat here. If you can move a little bit forward.
Forward. Okay, good work.
Inside the crew airlock right now, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completing the steps to make sure that they are operating on battery power. Now with that, we're seeing Kate Rubins, the first out the hatch, beginning today's spacewalk.
All right, second the airlock forward. Hatch pit pin is engaged. Good config.
Okay, we copy engaged. Good config. And Ike, the first thing you'll be transferring out is strut bag 2 with 2 pieces of tape.
Copy.
Kate Rubins will be wearing the suit with red stripes today. Victor Glover, the suit with no stripes. Glover is still inside the crew lock. He will be passing out the strut bags. These are very large bags containing the tools and equipment that they need to install in the mast canisters, the main objective for today's spacewalk.
And Kate, we copied, and we will take Echo when you're ready.
All right, Echo button is pushed.
Install.
Your left leg there.
Got it?
Through my weight feather. No. You.
There we go. Okay.
It's clear.
Hey, can you see the bottom of strut bag too?
I can.
It's like hitting the hatch.
It's hitting the rib, yeah.
Okay, alright. Try to angle it.
Yeah, if you can send it at all.
I gotta angle it first.
Getting closer. As soon as I can get a hand on it. Right. I can help guide you.
Still got the airlock rig to it, so that's pulling against a little bit.
And here comes the first strut bag out of the hatch.
Okay, you'll be stowing strut bag 2 on the forward airlock circular handrail.
I'm just going to put it out for right now.
Okay.
And then I'll like get the airlock ret in just a sec.
Okay.
Are you ready for it?
Go.
Coming back.
Got it. It is on the D-ring, the airlock D-ring extender. Right.
Okay, I got a hand on it. Let me feed it out. Okay, pause 1 second. Yeah. That was hot. Give me a second to get my BRT ready.
All the seconds you need.
And Kate, as a reminder, as you put strut bag 1 on your BRT, that the tape will go towards your head.
Copy tape towards my head.
Kate Rubins on the outside of the Quest airlock. She's in the suit with red stripes, taking hold of both of the strut bags, being passed out from the inside of the airlock by NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He'll next come out and take a hold of one of the strut bags, and together they'll make their way out to the work site, the P6 work site. Inside the strut bags are the struts and brackets needed for installation today. That'll be the primary objective of today's spacewalk.
It's currently between you and your tethers. The bag is between you and the tethers.
Okay.
Just for your essay.
Thank you. I have my BRT ret on it. And if you're ready, we'll release the airlock ret.
Ready?
Coming back to you.
Got it. You got the bag?
I do.
Yeah, you got the bag. And this hook is also to the airlock gearing extender.
Copy. And as long as you're okay to egress, I am clear of the airlock.
All right. And 1 second, and I'll be heading out.
Again, NASA astronaut Victor Glover still inside of the Quest airlock. He'll be heading out shortly, taking a hold of one of the strut bags.
All right, I see your waist tethers. Okay. Look like they're going aft.
Yep, I'm keeping everything aft.
Okay, all right, and come on.
Your other bag's aft as well. We'll pass it around.
Okay, copy.
Guys, we have a minute till a short handover. So Ike, as you egress, you will put strut bag 2 with the tape towards your feet. And then we'll do buddy checks on the other side of the handover.
Okay, fine.
All right. Line there, okay.
Okay.
And here comes my VRT ret.
Now entering into a short handover of video and audio. We should be regaining that very shortly. At this time, Kate Rubins has already made her way out of the Quest airlock. She has a hold of both of the strut bags containing the struts and brackets needed for today's activities. They'll be installing a modification kit on the mast canisters and far port 6 truss. Victor Glover has just made his way out of the Quest airlock. They'll be handing over one of the strut bags from Kate to Victor Glover. Both of them in tow. We'll take those over to the worksite. During translation, we could be seeing some high-definition camera views from one of the helmet cameras, likely Kate Rubins' helmet camera. We might get some of those views for the first time, high-definition views from a helmet camera.
And Kate and Ike, we are back with you. Let me know when you guys are ready for buddy checks.
All right.
Got my VRT on there. I'm just tightening it up now.
Yeah, it's going to do what it's going to do.
Yep. All right, my tape's toward my feet.
Okay, my tape is towards my head.
Once both Rubins and Glover are in a good configuration, they'll perform some buddy checks, just making sure that both of them, with a good view of each other, looks like they're configured properly. All the tethers and tools and the configurations of the suits themselves all look good before they go ahead and make their way out to the work site on the far end of the space station.
Yeah.
Buddy checks. The EV3 and 4 here in the way.
Okay. I can see your one MWS data. Let me get that guy out of the way. Right. You have 3 tabs up. And turn a little bit towards me. There we go. The 2 safer handles down. WBS light is not on. I'm turning the WBS on. Your BRT looks good.
Did I get it?
Another short handover in video downlink from the space station. Should be regaining that shortly.
The safety tether path.
In the meantime, Rubins and Glover performing a buddy check, making sure that they each look good before heading out to the work site. The team here in Mission Control Houston, Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores, leading the teams here through today's activities on board the International Space Station.
Keep your handle down. Can you toward me some more so I can make sure your hand control module door is closed? You've got any workstation, 2 tabs, BRT. Where is that BRT? 3rd tab, you got 3 tabs up. Cool.
Marcos Flores, lead flight director, taking the center of the screen there. To his right, our left, is Frank Rubio, NASA astronaut, and the ground IV for today. It'll be his voice from here in Mission Control Houston that you'll be hearing to our 2 spacewalking astronauts today. Behind Flores is Art Thomason, spacewalk officer, working with his teams in the back room, knowing the procedures forwards and backwards, and he'll be walking the teams through the intricate details of the procedures today, installing the modification kit, the brackets to the mass canisters of the Farport 6 truss. Rubins and Glover still performing those buddy checks before heading out to the worksite.
Okay, we copy both. Good buddy checks for both, and dry haps. Kate, also want to let you know HECA is coming through, and these HD views are pretty fantastic.
That's awesome. Congrats to the HECA team. It's been a long road. You guys are really impressive.
All right, guys, as we prepare for our first translation, I need to read you this caution. Keep translation rates below 0.7 feet per second with the strut bag on your BRT, and avoid inadvertent contact with deployed TUS cables.
Me too.
Okay, so Ike, you'll be translating first, heading out towards P1 under the FHRC.
All right, Kate, I'll see you at P6.
All right.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you are looking at a live view from the Mission Control Center, International Space Station Flight Control Room. The ground IV, Frank Rubio, you just heard, giving the translation path to our astronauts right now. They did their buddy checks on the outside of the Quest airlock. Everything looked good. Their helmets were configured, their video systems turned on, and all their tools and the strut bags are in tow. Now they have a pre-designated translation path, which means they know the route to get to their work site. They have to take a very specific path through taking specific handrails to get there. Along the way, Kate Rubins is scheduled to pick up a portable foot restraint to get her in position for some of the work that she'll be performing. Also along the way, once we regain some of those views from the International Space Station, I already have a spoiler alert. The high-definition camera views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins are already coming in and looking good, so we'll be able to show those off once we regain those views.
Yeah, 180, thanks, Frank.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, this is one of the lengthier gaps that we'll have from video downlink from the International Space Station scheduled for today's spacewalk. Still getting good audio from our spacewalking astronauts who are making their way out to the work site. So on the far port truss of the International Space Station, they'll be working on both of the mast canisters out on that work site. The mast canisters are the soda can-looking fixtures that originally deployed the solar arrays that are out on the P6 now. They'll be installing a modification kit, a bracket, if you will, that will hold a future set of solar arrays that will augment the power on the Port 6 truss. There are two power channels out on the Port 6 truss, the 4B and the 2B power channels. The solar arrays will augment both of those channels.
Sounds good.
Again, Rubins and Glover, both in tow with the strut bags, making their way out to the worksite.
All right, find down Tully and FHRC, the seat cart, and our handrails.
Okay, Ike, you will be looking for handrail 3651 for your anchor hook, 3651.
Confirm EV2's hook is going on 3651.
Affirmative. EV2 anchor hook on handrail 3651. That'll be the handrail that's more nadir.
Okay, 3651 EV2 anchor hook locked, gate closed. Don't black, good full test, reel unlocked. My low leading strap hook is locked to my right D-ring extender. I have a good safety tethered chain. I'm going to rest the Kate's hook and then attach it to 3652.
Ike, we copy all. That's a good config for your anchor hook, and affirmative 3652 for Kate's anchor hook.
Again, Rubins and Glover making their way out to the work site. Along the way, they are tethered as they make their way out to the work site, making sure they're connected to the International Space Station at all times. Glover just confirming that he has one of his safety tethers along his pre-identified route in tow, connected, and it looks good. So he's got that all set up, and he's going to continue over to the work site. Again, P6 truss, one of the tasks.
Full test. My rest is removed. Did I show you have a good safety tether to handrail 3652?
I copy.
And look over to release the waist tether.
And waiting for your concurrent stretch.
Ike, we copy, and that is a good config for Kate's anchor hook. Kate, you can release your waist tether from the airlock waist tether and close the hatch thermal cover.
Work.
Again, both astronauts mainly working on tether configuration now and identifying their translation paths.
From a handover, Ike, you will be translating out towards P6, and Kate, you will be translating towards P5. Quick warning, both P4 BGAs are rotating, so avoid contact with the rotating structure, Ike.
Copy the BGA. Thermal cover is closed.
And just before the 20-second handover period, Rubins confirming that the thermal cover is closed before she begins her translation path, just making sure the Quest airlock is all sealed up and the thermal cover is over to maintain the temperature inside of the crew lock. Glover making his way through the translation path, pre-identified, and hooking up his safety tethers along the way. Kate Rubins will follow soon after, and again, she's scheduled to pick up a foot restraint along the way. We should be regaining video and audio communication from the space station very shortly. And with that, we're getting views of from station once again. This is Kate Rubins, who just configured the station's airlock and is now heading over to her work site. Right here, you're looking at the view from the HECA camera, the high-definition view on the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, the first high-definition wide-angle view from the spacesuit, live streamed from TV for the first time.
Copy that. I am at the Sarge. My gauntlets are in place. Continuing outboard.
Copy.
Yeah, Kate, crossing the Sarge, that structure outboard, there's a thinner diameter phrase that I think is the easiest one to translate across.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's obviously the smallest one.
All right, I'm up on phase 1.
Copy.
Going slow.
And Ike, as you prefer to go outboard of the Sarge, verify your gauntlets are in place.
My gauntlets were in place.
Copy. And you will continue on the nadir path on phase 1. Ike, you're looking for handrail 5309.
5309. That's 6.
Some fantastic views from the high-definition view of Kate Rubins' helmet camera, still in an orbital day pass over the South Indian Ocean right now. We're about to head into an orbital nighttime. Both of the astronauts making their way out to the work site with the strut bags in tow. You can see they're quite large, held by the body restraint tether. This is a view from one of the external high-definition cameras towards Kate Rubins. Again, she's wearing the suit with the red stripes. Glover is a bit ahead of her, got a head start on his way to the work site. Once he's there, checking his safety tethers along the way, one of his first tasks is to go ahead and stow that large strut bag. Each of them has a strut bag in tow for the 2 mast canisters that they'll be working on, the 2B and the 4B on the nadir and zenith-facing side, Earth-facing and space-facing. Each of them has a modification kit for each of the mast canisters out there. There are 2. We'll first work on the 2B channel, which is facing towards the Earth.
All right, Ike, I'm part of the lab.
Copy. All right, Frank, I'm at my green hook location, 5309.
Affirmative, 5309, right?
Alright, have a seat cart. Separate. Let's see your feet.
Okay, my green hook. I'm going to start with station 5309.
Copy, Ike. You'll continue to translate to the 2 Bravo IEA. Remember the warning about the sharp edge hazard on the ticker and sticker pippins.
Alright, Frank, I've crossed over the 50 tether anchor point. The 50 tethers are clear.
What you're seeing now is the helmet camera views, both standard definition and high definition, from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. You can see the high definition views on the right and the standard definition on the left. We'll get some great coverage of the high-definition views, the wireless interface connecting along the translation path to the worksite. Once we get out to the worksite, it might be a little spotty, so we might have to rely on the standard definition views, but you can see quite a stark difference between the high-definition and standard definition. Rubins made her way to the portable foot restraint.
And guys, you've probably seen we're about 2 minutes out from a night pass.
Copy, and my visor's already up.
Visor's up, EV2.
And Kate, you'll be heading out to where Ike's green hook is, and that's the trunnion where you'll head zenith.
Copy. And Ike, I am clear of the seated carts.
Copy.
And Frank, you have a mile marker for me?
Yeah, Kate, there's no mile markers out there. You should be able to see Ike's green hook and the trunnion structure that's there as you'll head zenith.
Thank you.
Frank, I'm at the T6 IEA.
Okay, Ike, you'll be looking for handrails 5305 through 5307 to stow the strut bag. Remember that you want the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator.
It'll work. I'm at 5305. They're ready to stow the bag.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover out at the work site already. He's got one of these strut bags in tow, so it's his job to stow the strut bag at the work site where Rubins and Glover will work together first. So he is stowing it. You can see on the integrated electronics assembly where the lithium-ion batteries are positioned on the 2B power channel. That'll be the temporary stow position to allow Rubins and Glover both to start putting these struts together and eventually construct the modification kit. In the meantime, Rubins is on her way to the zenith side, the 4B side. She's going to stow her strut bag first, put that in place, and that'll be the next mass canister that they'll be working on. She'll stow that in place and then go ahead and sweep back along her translation path and grab the portable foot restraint. She'll need that for some of the upcoming tasks to get a good angle on some of the installation tasks that she has for installing that mod kit to the mass canister.
Okay, Frank, I'm here at 5311. Drop in my green hook.
Copy, and that's affirmative, Kate, 5311 for green hook.
You can see the views from the high-definition camera view of Kate Rubins start to get a little bit dimmer. You see off on the horizon there an orbital sunset. The International Space Station is currently 270 statute miles just south of Australia on a northeastern course across the Pacific Ocean.
We copy, Kate, and you'll continue outboard towards P6.
You and the FRTF tether needs to go under right.
Affirmative. Ike, after you secure the bag, you'll open and secure the lid using the integral lid tethers.
This is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who is securing the strut bag, the large bag containing the modification kit inside of it, just making sure it's in a good configuration, nice stowed tight and ready to open up and start working with some of the struts.
5250 to 60.
And Kate, you'll also have the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator.
Rubins has arrived at her stowing position. She's on the other side of the Port 6 truss on the zenith side. This faces towards space. That'll be the second work site for today. She's got the strut bag in tow, and she'll be doing exactly what we see Glover doing now, just stowing the strut bag in place on the integrated electronics assembly. This secures it to the truss itself. From there, Glover can open up the bag and start constructing some of the pieces. In the meantime, Rubins is on the other side. She'll be temporarily stowing her strut bag.
Yep, you'll want to have the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator, aft.
Port and relax.
And same for, well, the tape is toward the mass canister. 82.
Copy, Ike.
Glover already opening up the strut bag. That bag specially designed to hold those struts. All the struts themselves are secured in place to allow Glover and Rubins to work on each piece one at a time. After Rubins stows her bag on the other side of the port 6 truss, she's going to go ahead and grab one of the foot restraints.
At 5350, removing my BRT rat.
Okay, we copy, Kate, and you'll be heading back towards the port seater cart to pick up the WIFX and ATFR. Oh, okay, got it. Copy.
Rubins still wrapping up her stowing procedures, making sure that strut bag is nice and secure in place.
Glove, hat, and gauntlet check before you start the assembly.
Copy. Doing the work.
You'll hear that task quite a bit throughout today's spacewalk. It's called a glove and hat check, just making sure that there are no scrapes or scars on the gloves that they'll be working with, mostly working with their hands today, constructing the struts and using the pistol grip tool. And the HAP is a helmet absorption pad, just making sure that that's dry. That's what they're wearing on their head right now. They'll perform those periodic checks throughout today's spacewalk, make sure everything is okay before they continue on to the next tasks. The view you're getting now is helmet camera 20. Anytime you see that translucent number on the bottom right, that is the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
On the batteries.
That should be okay. If you feel that's a good place to tether it, it should be safe to do so.
Okay, Frank, the bag is in place. My hat is dry. Checking my gloves now.
Copy, HAP.
The gloves are still like new, no changes.
Copy, gloves.
That's a good glove and hap check.
Gauntlets look okay.
Have it again.
Gauntlets down, so.
Gauntlets are in place.
Okay, those are good checks for you, Ike. Kate, you doing okay before we start the bracket assembly?
I am. Go get in the back. Good, almost done. Okay. I have the back stowed. Tape towards the mast canister. N-rail is really pointing a little bit more nadir, but also aft. And I'm ready to join at bike.
Okay. Copy, Kate. So we will go pick up the APFR and WIFX. You're going to head nadir on the same trunnion structure that you came up on, and just take care not to loop your safety tether around the trunnion.
Copy.
Ike, you ready for assembly? Okay, you'll first want to retrieve the mounting bracket, and we'll be attaching the right upper struts, which should be straps 1 and 2.
Hey, some feedback for you while I'm thinking about it. Our plan to minimize red swaps wants to take the mounting bracket away from me. So since the red is stretched out and it's, pulling to the left, it wants to take the mounting bracket to the outboard edge of the IEA, which not a huge deal, but I think I'd almost rather do the red swap so I can have it stable while I'm doing the work. I'm going to lock that red out for now. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, we copy, Ike, and it sounds like a good plan to lock it out.
Locked out. All right, Frank. Got the mounting bracket.
Okay, next you'll retrieve the right upper strut, straps 1 and 2.
Strap 1's open. Is open. Having the right upper strut.
What you're seeing now is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. He's inside the strut bag now, and while Kate Rubins is going to grab a portable foot restraint so she gets a good angle on some of the work that both Glover and Rubins have ahead of them, Glover's going to go ahead and get a head start. He's already starting to construct the one part. It's called the triangle. It's on the very top portion of the configuration of the modification kit, so he's going to get a head start and start putting that together while Kate Rubins goes and retrieves the portable foot restraint.
And it's upper right to the bracket first strut.
That's affirmative, Ike, and I have PGT settings for you when you're ready. You'll be using your short PGT.
Yep, not there yet, though.
And Frank, do you want me to go inboard of the triangle on the way down? I saw that in the procedure, but...
Yeah, Kate, you may want to go outboard of the trunnion and just follow your tether back. And Kate, inboard or outboard doesn't really matter, whatever works easier for you, as long as your safety tether does not loop around the trunnion.
The translation path for the astronauts is critical, making sure that they're following their safety tethers along the way and avoiding any specific areas of the station's truss. Again, Rubins is on her way to grab a foot restraint. What you're seeing now is the helmet camera view of Victor Glover, who's already starting on putting together some of the pieces of the modification kit.
Okay, Frank, I started in 13 and 14 by hand. I got 2 turns on each.
Okay, we copy. Good job on that, Ike. So your PGT settings on the short PGT will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Okay, stand by. I got to count this bad boy first. Okay, Cal is passed. Good test. And Bravo 3, clockwise 2, is that it?
Affirmative. Those are good settings. Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And you'll be looking for 2 additional turns for a total of 4 turns initially.
4 turns total, 2 additional. Touch.
And Kate, you'll be looking for cedar cart with 3.
Copy.
Okay, there are 4 total turns, 2 additional on 13. 4 turns total on 14 as well.
Okay, we copy that, Ike. Next we'll be adding the left upper strut to the center pad. So you'll retrieve the left upper strut from straps 3 and 4.
It'll work.
Glover making good progress on constructing the first parts of the modification kit. He's constructing a triangle that will make up the top portion of the bracket. All the components and struts in the bag are specially tied down. The bag itself specially designed to carry all of the different struts. Frank Rubio here on the ground, the ground IV. He's the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control. Just noting all of the different locations where he can find the various struts to assemble the correct components, preparing for when Rubins returns with the portable foot restraint to begin some of the first steps of installing the bracket to the mast canister.
All right, Frank, I'm at the cedar cart. I see the APS.
Copy, Kate. We see you at the cedar cart. Kate, real quick, we lost your HECA. If you're able to cycle the button for us, that would be great.
Okay, I pushed it once.
Okay, thank you, Kate. And are you ready for your APFR settings?
I'll set it when I'm out there.
Okay, copy.
Unless you guys recommend for translation now.
Yeah, Kate, it's your preference whether you want to set it here or set it out at the IEA.
Okay, Frank, I've got 2 turns on that 17.
Okay, copy, Ike. Again, you'll be using your short PGT. Your settings now are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1 this time, cover.
And you'll be driving Mike 17 to torque. We're expecting about 15 turns, so it should be 13 additional turns.
That'll be about 13 additional turns to torque. I'm going to try and brace the tool against the structure so that way I can react to my PGT, but the bracket will still move. So I'm going to use the tool to stabilize my PGT, and that way hopefully nothing moves.
Okay, we copy, and we're good with that plan. Mike.
Glover making good progress on constructing what's called the upper triangle. This is the top portion that makes up the bracket, the modification kit that will hold a future set of solar arrays. He got the bolts hand started and is now just finishing up the job with his pistol grip tool, the space power drill.
11.9. Got a black line that's flush. If you can see it in my WBS, I can see the bolt head with the black line flush and the tip of the bolt out the back side. The center pin. See that?
Okay, we copy, Ike. We're checking.
Can you see it?
We can see it. Yep, we're just checking and making sure that the turns were okay.
Copy.
So understand you had a total of 7 turns?
Correct. 1.5. And also, for a data point, it looks like the bolt on the other side.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, we're going to continue checking on this bolt, but we're going to go ahead and move on. So you can release the ret from the right strut.
I'll do that after I'm done with the bolt, see if you're okay with that.
Okay, that sounds good. So we will next assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket.
It is assembled 2 turns by hand.
Okay, great. Good job. So you'll want to drive Mike 15 for a total of 4 turns. This will be 2 additional turns, and your settings are Bravo 3, clockwise 2 on your short PGT.
Did you see Bravo 3, clockwise 2? 2 additional turns on, was it just one of them?
Yep, so you'll drive Mike 15 for 4 turns.
Okay, 4, Mike 15.
Okay, we copy, and now you will drive Mike 16 to torque. We anticipate 24 turns, so 22 additional turns.
Copy, 22 additional turns, 16 to torque.
Again, Glover continuing to assemble that upper triangle, the bracket that will consist the top portion of the modification kit for future solar arrays. In the meantime, we're getting those high-definition views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. Looks like she got the portable foot restraint out of its stowed position. She's going to tether it to herself and carry it over to the work site. The first position for the portable foot restraint will be the center of the masked canister, allowing her to install that upper triangle that Glover is currently assembling.
It's going to take 14.5 additional turns. Green light 18.2 on the torque. And the black line is flush.
Okay, we copy 14.5 additional turns, 18.2, green light, and black line flush.
Frank, I'm going to have to, okay, so I forgot to put the tab underneath the part that goes from the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. I didn't put the tab underneath. Yeah, right there.
Okay, Ike. Yeah, so we'll have to back those 2 bolts out to do that. So I'll have settings for you here shortly.
Okay, stand by.
And so, Ike, the settings for that will be Bravo 3 counterclockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 3. Counterclockwise 2. Okay, mapping those up.
And Kate, it looks like the APFR is on the WIFX. And have you started your translation yet?
Negative.
Okay, great job on that.
Okay, Frank, yes. APFR is on the, APFR with X on the DRT and headed back towards.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be heading back towards the 2 Bravo IEA.
Copy.
Okay, Frank, 15 and 16 are corrected. Now the bracket tab is in. Both bolts have 2 turns by hand on them.
Copy, Ike. And so, Ike, what we're going to do is just redo these as before, and then we're going to go back to Mike 17 and try that one again. So first, Mike 15, you want a total of 4 turns, so 2 additional turns with Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2, and work.
A good view of Kate Rubins as she makes her way back to the work site. She's going to tag up with Victor Glover, who's currently assembling the upper triangle portion of the bracket that consists of the modification kit. What you're seeing is Kate Rubins with the portable foot restraint in tow. She got that removed from its stowed position, has it connected to her by way of tether, and she'll be making her way over to the work site. Her next steps will be setting up that foot restraint for the next series of steps. Glover already ahead on his tasks and constructing the upper triangle by himself. He'll be handing that upper triangle over to Kate Rubins once she's secured and in position inside of the portable foot restraint.
Okay, can you verify your gauntlets are in place, please?
Affirm. They're in place.
Thank you.
Hey, Frank, on 16. I hit the button again on accident. Sorry. I had 21 additional turns. Would you like me to put the PGT on it and torque it out again? I hit the button after reaching my torque on accident.
Ike, affirmative. If you could torque it one more time, please.
Like 18.5 actual torque.
Copy 18.5, green light, 21 additional turns, and confirm black line is flush.
Black line flush.
Okay, that makes that a good pull. And now we'll go back to Mike 15, and we will, same settings, approximately 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
That can work.
Yeah, Ike, you're looking good.
Hey, Kate.
A good view of Kate Rubins there on the right of your screen, and Victor Glover on the left.
We're about 5 minutes away from a day pass, and also LOS in about 5 minutes. I'll let you know when we get closer to that.
So with the day pass, we'll start seeing the views from the outside of the International Space Station get a little bit brighter. Glover making good progress on the upper bracket, finishing one of the bolts needed to secure the upper triangle. He's working on the next bolt.
Just a corner there.
Now you're getting views from the high-definition camera of Kate Rubins' helmet camera assembly. As she makes her way to the work site, she's going to be installing that portable foot restraint that she has in tow.
And it was 19 additional turns.
All right, copy. 18.6, 19 additional turns, green light. Confirm black line flush.
Black line flush.
All right, Ike, I think that's a good bolt on mic 15. We'll go back to mic 17 and try that one again. Your settings for that will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
That'll be Bravo 1. Clockwise 2, 6, and back 2. Okay.
All right, Frank, I see with 38.
Roger, Kate, and you'll install the WIFX on 38. I'll have those settings when you're ready.
Kate Rubins has arrived at the work site. Her next task will be to install that portable foot restraint on the designated work site interface, giving her the proper angle to make some of the next procedures of installing that upper triangle that you see Victor Glover is currently assembling. The helmet camera view you're seeing, number 20, is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover.
And the black line is flush, and it's symmetric. It looks the same. There's 3 threads through the bottom into the center answer pad clevis portion, showing out the other side. It's identical to the upper right strut.
Copy, Ike.
And Frank, I'll take calling for the WIFX number.
Okay, Kate, your clocking will be 6. And Ike, that is a good bolt on mic 17. So next we'll be driving mic 13 and 14. That's the right upper strut to mounting bracket.
Okay, copy. And which wrist can I take off?
You can release the ret from the left strut and also from the right strut.
It didn't work.
Frank, I'll take your pitch and extension on the WIFX.
All right, Kate. WIFX settings will be 6, golf, 5. So pitch of 5, extension of, correction, pitch of golf, extension of 5.
Yeah, pitch, golf, extension 5.
And Ike, your settings for your right upper strut to mounting bracket will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And
Okay.
What's the expected turns?
And the expected will be 20 on both. We'll be driving both to torque.
Frank, I'm going to have to pitch it up. I do not have a good pull and twist test yet, but I have my BRT wet.
Copy, Kate. And guys, we have about 30 seconds till a handover. So Ike, again, you'll be driving Mike 14 and 13 to torque. We anticipate 20 additional turns.
Before we lose this video communication from the International Space Station, we're entering into an orbital daytime. The views from the helmet cameras of both of the astronauts continuing to get brighter before we lose those views temporarily. We're expected to regain them very shortly. In the meantime, both of the astronauts are making great progress on some of their first steps to construct the modification kit needed to hold a future set of solar arrays and mount them to the current mast canisters of the solar arrays on the far side of the International Space Station, the Port 6 truss. Victor Glover is finalizing the assembly of what's called the upper triangle that makes up the top portion of the configuration of the bracket. And Kate Rubins is installing the portable foot restraint that'll get her in a good position to mount that upper triangle to the top portion of the mast canister.
14. And you can continue with Mike 13.
Here in the room, you're getting a live view from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team's here led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. The voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control is the ground IV. That's Frank Rubio, a NASA astronaut hired in to the 2017 astronaut class. The spacewalk procedures are being relayed to Frank Rubio by spacewalk officer Art Thomason.
Mike 13, we're checking.
He's working with his teams in the back room, going over the intricate procedures, understanding them forwards and backwards as they relay them to Frank Rubio and to back over to Kate Rubins and Victor Glover on the International Space Station. Now regaining those views and getting some views of the far port side of the International Space Station. You see Rubins on the right and Glover on the left. You can see the construction of the upper triangle. That darker silver portion is the mounting bracket. That is what will eventually hold the IROSA solar arrays that will be delivered later this year, at least the first two sets. Also regaining those high-definition views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins.
And Ike, on Mike 13 and 14, those torques were slightly lower than expected. Can you verify that you have a Bravo 3 setting on your PGT?
Okay, yep, stand by.
You can see Rubins on the left there, the suit with the red stripes configuring the portable foot restraint in the center of what is the mast canister. That's the soda can-looking structure off to the left. That's going to give her a good position to reach towards the top of that, where she will install the upper triangle that Glover has been putting together. There's something called a center pad that is specifically designed to mount at the top portion of that mast canister. They're configuring their settings of the pistol grip tool and the portable foot restraint needed before getting situated for the first assembly, the first part of the assembling and installing that modification kit onto the mast canister.
Okay, copy, thank you. And Ike, if you can switch over to Bravo 3 and drive those bolts again, please.
Bravo 3 is set. This is 13, 14, correct?
Affirmative. Mike 13 and Mike 14.
WIFX extension is 6. APFR clocking is 12. Ready for APFR pitch.
Copy, Kate. And the WIFX extension should be 5.
Sorry, it is 5.
Okay, copy 5. And your APFR settings will be 12, Tango, Tango, Foxtrot, 12.
Copy. Sorry, 12, Tango, Tango, Foxtrot, 12.
Hey, Frank, I got a quarter return on each and 18.4 on standby. 18.4 on 14 and 18.3 on Mike 13.
We copy, Ike, and we're checking.
You see Glover putting down his helmet shield, the gold visor that protects his view from the sun as the two astronauts enter into an orbital daytime. The station is now in that orbital daytime over Canada, approaching a southeastern course over the Atlantic Ocean. Rubins is configuring the foot restraint to make sure it's in the right angle, giving her the proper position to eventually install that upper triangle that you see within this view that Glover is finalizing the installation of with driving a couple of those last bolts.
And Ike, we just got word, Mike 13 and 14 are good to go. So next you will move the long PGT, the 7/16 PGT, to the right upper strut handrail stanchion near the center pad. And you can use both a ret and an adjustable as needed.
Good work.
So with a good configuration on that upper triangle that Glover has just finished putting together, his next task will be stowing the pistol grip tool, that space drill, onto the upper triangle. So when he hands it off to Kate Rubins, who's going to enter into this foot restraint that you're seeing from this view, once she gets in a good position and puts the upper triangle in place, that pistol grip tool will be right within her reach, so she can start bolting that center pad to the upper portion of the mast canister.
All right, Fox 12 set.
Okay, copy, and understand 12, Tango Tango, Foxtrot 12 are set. And Kate, can you verify the pitch knob is popped out?
Checking. Confirm.
Okay, copy. Those are good settings for the WIFX and APFR. And Kate, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. Also pristine, hap is dry, gauntlets in place.
Okay, hey guys.
Got a sanity check on the APFR settings as well, that makes sense.
Okay, awesome. And great job to both of you. Ike, you did a great job building that triangle by yourself, man. So, Kate, you can just ingress the APFR at this point.
Okay, Frank, the GT is on the handrail. Near the center pad on the right for stripped. Good proof. Not on the left upper strip. Doing it now.
Copy it. And Kate, as you ingress the APFR, do you guys need a reminder for the movement cautions as far as cyclic movements and forces on the mod kit structure?
See, 40 pounds, 3 seconds weight, no cyclic movement.
Good words, Kate.
So you're getting a great view of both astronauts. You see Kate Rubins off to the right there. She's in the suit with the red stripes. She's going to ingress or enter the portable foot restraint. You see Glover off to the left there, the suit with no stripes. He's already constructed that upper triangle. That's the first section of the bracket, the modification kit for installing the future solar arrays. He's already put that together. Everything's bolted up. And he's also strapped the pistol grip tool, already set to the configuration that Kate Rubins will need once he hands it off to her.
And Ike, as Kate is ingressing, if you have time to verify that the pit pins and MLI on the center pad are appropriately configured.
The one for the left strut is still folded up, but I can install that now.
Okay, we'll take that now. Right?
And I'll start with the pit pin into the center bracket.
Frank, ingress.
Copy. And copy, Kate. Good job.
The pit pin's in with a good pull test.
Copy, Ike. And you'll be transferring the upper triangle with PGT to Kate. Kate, as you receive the assembly, you'll attach your red to the right mounting bracket tether point.
Copy.
All right, Kate Rubins is in place in the portable foot restraint, and Glover has the upper triangle completely assembled. Now he'll hand it off to Kate Rubins. They have to make sure the bracket is tethered at all points, currently tethered to Glover, and they'll make a handover to switch it to Kate Rubins' tether. Again, she doesn't have to worry about the pistol grip tool, the space drill. It's already connected to that upper triangle, ready for her whenever she's ready to install it.
And Ike, looks like you're doing a great job on MLI. I think they're happy with that config, and you can pass the triangle up to Kate when you're ready.
Works. Okay, you're attaching to the right. And also, I'll hand you that side first.
Okay.
And the red on it is locked out.
Okay, copy.
You see it?
Confirmed, and I have my ret on the right.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to take control.
I am ready to take control.
Hey, you got it.
Okay, I've got control.
All right, Glover just handed off the upper triangle to Kate Rubins.
On the right. Other point.
Okay. And Ike, on Kate's go, you can release the bag ret.
And I have control. I have it ready to go.
The bag ret, you want the ret to go back to the bag or to the mounting bracket?
Yeah, we want the ret back in the bag. Sorry, Ike, you'll have to release it from the mounting bracket.
That's up to you. Either you can do it, Kate, or you can push it back this way and I'll get it.
No, it'll stretch me.
Okay.
I'm sending it back towards you. I still have control.
Again, Rubins has control of that upper bracket. They're just making sure that the tether configuration is okay before she begins the work of installing it to the mast canister.
Installing the center pad to the mast canister with the arrow pointing up.
Arrow is up.
And you'll engage the left side first and then pivot the right side to engage the soft dock. Ike, you'll be working on stowing your short PGT on handrail 5372. That's near the APFR width.
And Frank, I've got it in the soft dock.
Copy, soft dock.
You too.
Kate, on your long PGT, your settings will be alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Cal.
Great views from the high-definition camera view of Kate Rubins' helmet camera.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
She's confirming the pistol grip settings before she goes ahead and starts driving some of the bolts that you see on the center pad there that's currently soft docked to the mast canister. Driving those bolts will secure it in place.
5 through Mike 8 to torque. We anticipate 11 and a half turns.
That'll be 11 and a half torque. Wow. The adjustable distance that are read is to people, you know? What's going on?
Hey, Kate, from the HECA camera, it looks like that center pad is moving more than we expected. Do you mind rechecking the soft dock?
Did it soft dock?
Okay, copy.
And did you say counterclockwise too, Frank? I'm sorry. Clockwise too, correct?
Yep, settings will be alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Wait, driving.
All right, Rubins has a good soft dock position on that center pad, driving that first bolt to secure it in place.
And Ike, as you put that short PGT on handrail 5372, remember you'll have to reach it from the other side, so you might want to cheat it over to the far side.
Say that again?
You'll be stowing that short PGT on handrail 5372. You'll need to reach that from the other side, so you might want to cheat it over as far as you can.
And Frank, Frank, I've got 7 turns. I do have good torque. 0.8, good green light. That's on M5.
And Kate, what was the torque on that?
That's 3.8 actual.
Copy 3.8. And I disregard last. I was one step ahead of you. You'll need to do. You need that on the left side first.
I can get it from both sides. It's not that wide. It's in the middle.
Okay, copy.
If you're good, I'll drive on M8.
You have a go for M8, Kate.
Inward.
Rubins driving the second of 4 bolts to secure the center pad to the mast canister. In the meantime, Glover is already a couple steps ahead, getting ready for the next series of tasks that'll install the struts on the left side from this view of Kate Rubins. It'll be on the left side.
Copy 7, 3.6 green light on mic 8.
Driving mic 6.
Okay, you have a go for the next bolt.
2 good bolts out of 4 on the center pad. Rubins working on that third bolt.
3.6 torque, 7 turns, good green light.
Copy, Kate. And you have a go for the final bolt.
7.
3 good bolts out of 4. Rubins securing the last bolt of the center pad.
3.7 torque, good green light, and turns on mic 7.
Copy for mic 7, Kate, and we are checking. Let you know shortly.
You doing, Ike?
Doing well. I had to take a couple snaps of you. Hopefully one of them came out. No guarantees.
And Kate, we're still evaluating those torques. We'll have one for you shortly.
Copy. For the suit guy, remote control is 4.
Kate Rubins successfully drove all 4 bolts on the center pad. Teams on the ground are evaluating, making sure everything is okay before she goes ahead and leaves her current position. The next set of series of tasks require her to egress or get out of the portable foot restraint and reset it to get another angle so they can start working on the left side of the mast canister. So they're just making sure everything is okay before we go on to the next series of steps. In the meantime, Glover, you see off to the left from this view, is already getting some of those struts ready for the next series of tasks.
You could give the center pad a good wiggle and just make sure that it's solidly.
It sure is, and I don't want to put more than 40 pounds into the mast canister, but it is absolutely solid.
We saw that, Kate. Good job, and we're checking. All right, Kate. That is a good install on the center pad. So you can install your PGT and verify that the pit pins and MOI are in place.
Okay. The MOI is in place. Both pit pins are in place. PGT, the long PGT stood on the right handrail.
Okay, copy. And you can move the EV1 ret from upper triangle to the PGT.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the 4 bolts driven to secure the center pad in place. She's going to wrap up her work site, Kate Rubins will, on the upper part of the mast canister, installing that center pad. She'll have to egress or get out of the foot restraint and reset it, get it in another configuration to start working on the left side of the mast canister. Astronaut Victor Glover already a couple steps ahead, getting those struts ready to hand off to Kate Rubins for the installation of the struts on the left side.
I have the PGT.
Okay, Kate. And we see that the upper triangle is rotated down, and so you can retrieve the 7/16 PGT and egress the APFR. You'll be transferring the PGT to like.
I think I have it adjustable to me.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you can change the settings, and I can hand it off to you. The ret. I'm going to ret to it. Is there any can be more efficient?
What specifically are you talking about?
If you could change the APFR settings, I can hand you down the PGT.
Okay.
If that's not a good plan, let me know.
Yeah, I'll head over there in a second.
Hey, Kate. Because there are so many settings to change, the team thinks that it's best if you egress and change the settings after you egress.
Copy.
Copy.
And you'll receive that PGT, the long PGT, and still on your swing arm, and you can move the ret AET to the bag as desired.
Copy.
And I see you have eyes on the long PGT.
Say again?
Do you have eyes on the long PGT?
No.
Rubins handing off that pistol grip tool to Victor Glover. He'll hold on to it and get set up for the next series of tasks where it'll be used to install the struts on the left side of the mast canister.
So you can take the red off now?
Okay.
Got it.
Right, Frank, ready for settings.
Okay, Kate. First, the WIFX extension will come to 1. So these settings will be 6 Golf 1.
And can we start at the APFR?
Sure. Your APFR settings will be 12 Papa Papa Hotel 12. So the pitch goes to Papa Papa, the roll goes to Hotel.
Copy.
And Ike, once you have that PGT secure, you can start to retrieve the left mid strut. That'll be straps 12 and 13.
Secure on my swing arm, right?
For the PGT, affirmative.
Okay. And you said you want the lower, which strut? Lower left?
Left mid strut. Left mid strut.
Left mid, okay. Copy, left mid.
Hey, Frank, I've got golf.
Say again, please, Kate.
Is that golf on the APFR?
Yep, that should be Hotel. Papa Papa Hotel.
Sorry, hotel.
Again, Rubins configuring the portable foot restraint that you're seeing from her high-definition helmet camera view. She'll be working with Victor Glover here shortly. They'll be trading roles in using a pistol grip tool to secure the left struts, the left side of the modification kit.
Frank, this tip knob is pretty stiff.
Yeah, we're seeing that, Kate. Good job on working with it.
Papa.
And verify pitch knob is popped out.
Affirm, popped up.
Copy. There will be Hotel on your roll.
Yeah, we did that already. Going for one now, perfect.
Okay, great. And so you'll receive the left mid strut and stow that on your BRT.
She's still adjusting the WIFX.
Yep, sorry about that, Kate. I forgot that we had done the APFR first. So your WIFX settings will be 6 Golf 1. Extension goes to 1. And just a reminder that you'll have to hold out the knob so that it doesn't pop back in every time.
Another hand.
Thank you. Teamwork.
And it is in. Pins out. Buttons out.
All right, guys, great teamwork. And those looks like good settings on the WIFX and the APFR. So, Kate, before you ingress, you'll want to get the left mid strut and put that on your BRT.
Good work. Sorry, that close.
I'm kind of stretched out. If you could pull me.
Have it on my BRT rep.
Okay. If you could hold it.
Yep.
Okay, you got it.
Resource.
All right, back to the bag. Your hand?
Yeah, if you want to hold it for a second.
All right, you got it.
Okay, Frank, mid-set is on my BRT.
Okay, great, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the left lower strut, straps 7 and 8.
Left lower, right? I show those on straps 5 and 6.
Correct, Ike. It should be left lower. We were showing straps 7 and 8.
Okay. Well, it's the left lower strap 1.
That's
And it's in 5 and 6.
okay. Sounds great.
Frank, I'm ingress.
Copy, Kate.
Rubins confirming that she's in position, ready to receive that lower strut from her position. She'll be able to install it on the upper triangle. In the meantime, Glover will take the lead for using the pistol grip tool to secure it.
Affirmative, Kate.
Rubins confirming her position. Again, Glover will be the one to secure the lower strut to the mast canister itself using the pistol grip tool, and Rubins will also use her pistol grip tool to secure it to the upper triangle.
Keep coming towards me exactly as you are. Okay, I have control, but I'm not ready.
Okay, you have control.
And Kate, you'll want to rut to the nearest handrail stanchion on the left lower strut.
Copy, left lower strut. And by nearest, you mean the nearest to M22 bolt?
Affirmative.
Okay, I am ready. I have control. I can release your rep or send it to me and I can release it.
It's right here. I can release it.
Sending it towards you.
Okay, it's off. It's the bag. You got it.
I've got control.
Got control.
All right, guys, nice job on that. So, Ike, you'll be translating to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mast canister, left side.
On the way.
And Frank, I'll be inserting your L5 here and driving M22, correct?
That's affirmative, Kate, although we will have Ike install his side first.
After Ike. Yeah.
Yep.
Copy.
And guys, you're doing great. Just want to let you know, about 2 hours in, our limiting consumable is battery for both, approximately 8 hours, and we're about 15 minutes ahead on the timeline.
Please.
Great news, both Rubins and Glover making their way through the timeline even faster than expected. And the limiting consumable being battery, they got plenty of margin at the end of their spacewalk to get at least this modification kit fully installed and begin the work on the next modification kit, the brackets being installed on the other side of the P6 truss. Glover getting into position to install the lower strut to the mast canister. He'll have to install his side first before Rubins begins work on her side, holding on to the upper triangle.
Okay, I think I'm in a good position. So give me a second to get my...
No problem. I'm keeping it straight away from you.
Thank you.
Safety tether.
And Kate, also, can you verify that the L5 grounding pit pin is released from the strut location?
Oh, sorry. It is next to...
Yep, so you can pull that pit pin out.
When you're ready, I'm ready for the bottom.
Okay, coming towards you.
Thanks, slow down. You come on a little bit. All right, I got it.
Okay. Got control. I have it ready.
You keep control, please. I'm just going to guide this bolt. Can you pitch it towards the mast canister? Oh, perfect. Hold that.
The helmet camera view from Victor Glover installing that lower strut onto the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, get hand started with 2 turns.
Okay, great job. So you'll be using your short PGT. Settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Copy.
And I just got such a moment arm. I I still have a hand on it, maintaining loose control.
Yeah, please stay that way until I'm done with this bolt.
Concur.
If you can.
Glover has 2 turns on the lower strut. He's going to bolt it a little bit more into place, giving it about 4 more turns with the pistol grip tool, the space drill, before Kate Rubins maneuvers her end to secure it to the upper triangle. She'll be able to use her pistol grip tool, secure hers in place, and then both of them will take turns securing that strut into place.
Okay, Frank, what were those settings?
Alpha 1, clockwise 1. And you'll be driving Mike 21, 4 turns only. We have a handover in about 1 minute. And Ike, that's a total of 4 turns, so if you already had 2 turns, it's 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1. Likewise 1.
Good words.
Additional turns.
Good words.
One. Additional turns.
Okay, and again, we have a handover here in about 20 seconds. Kate, you can install the left lower strut to the mounting bracket, L5. Your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Ike, if you can maintain control, we need to get my CPT.
Okay, just a second.
Now entering into a short handover period, losing audio and video very temporarily from the International Space Station. This again is a view of the International Space Station flight control room. The teams here in Orbit 2 are walking through Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, walking them through their steps to install a modification kit, struts and brackets on a mast canister on the Port 6 truss that originally deployed the solar arrays out there. This modification kit will allow a future set of solar arrays to be installed on each of these mast canisters. There'll be one solar array installed on the mast canister that they're currently working on.
I'm back with you. How do you hear?
I've got you loud and clear, and this will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 to torque 15 turns.
That's good words, Kate.
Rubins confirming her pistol grip tool settings before she drives the bolts necessary to connect the lower strut to the mounting bracket, part of that upper triangle that she installed very recently, to the upper portion of the mast canister. This should be the last maneuver she needs to perform with the pistol grip tool to secure it to that upper portion of the bracket. Now, Victor Glover only has 4 turns on his side, so he'll complete the turns on the lower side of the mast canister to affix that portion of this modification kit.
Copy, Kate.
Can I hand start this?
Yes, Kate, you can do that.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're in one of the longer handover periods scheduled for our coverage of today's spacewalk. Again, the team's here walking through the procedures, following along with Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, who are on the outside of the International Space Station on the far Port 6 truss. Kate Rubins is working to secure the lower strut to the mounting bracket using a pistol grip tool, a space drill.
About 3 turns, hand start. And let me just confirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 215 turns.
Good settings and affirmative 15 turns total. And Ike, as Kate is working on that, we will take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Average drag, gauntlets are in place.
Frank, I've got 11.8 for good green light. 6 turns on the PPT plus 5 hand start, 4-5.
We copy, Kate, and we're checking. Okay, and Kate, Mike 22 is a good volt. And so, Ike, next, you'll be finishing driving. Just a warning that this is now a pinch point, so keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving the bolt. And Ike, your settings here will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2. This is going to be a running torque, so you'll do 10 turns only, and we'll get a running torque. Important not to let go of the trigger during those 10 turns.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. 10 turns, don't let go of the trigger.
Good words.
10 total turns, correct?
Initially correct. We'll get a running torque and give you the settings after that.
I'm just talking about right now. I'm doing 10 turns right now, correct?
Affirmative. 10 turns only.
Two hours, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk, Rubins and Glover have successfully installed the upper triangle portion of the modification kit to the mast canister. Kate Rubins has successfully installed her end of the lower left strut to the upper portion where the mounting bracket is. And Victor Glover is finalizing his steps with the final few turns of the pistol grip tool to secure the lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
5.3 on the torque.
Okay, we copy, Ike. It looks like we torqued out, so we are checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
And back.
Frank, grounding pin is installed with a difficult test.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. So, Ike, if you could, hit it again at 25.5.
Okay, copy.
And Ike, we're just looking to see if you can get additional turns.
Should be regaining views from the International Space Station here momentarily. When we come back, we should see a good left strut. Perhaps Victor Glover finalizing those turns.
Guys, we're going to have you hold here while we check, and we'll have a handover here in 5 seconds. I'll be back with you shortly.
Copy.
Stand by.
Glover completed the turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. Engineers on the ground will just verify that that's a good torque and just make sure everything is secure before they move on to the next steps. In the meantime, it sounds like they're going to take a glove and hap check. We'll hear this periodically throughout today's spacewalk, making sure there are no scrapes or cuts on the gloves and making sure the helmet absorption pad that they're currently wearing on their heads is nice and dry.
And Kate and Ike, back with you guys. We're still checking. Kate, I'll go ahead and take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and Ike will finish your glove check, please.
I think it works.
Work.
Frank's gloves are pristine, no damage. I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Kate.
And ED2, no change for the glove. No change for the glove. So I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Ike.
Coming back with some video from the International Space Station and entering into an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is 269 statute miles just south of the coast of Australia, heading northeastern into an orbital nighttime.
Ike, can you let us know the status of the black line? Is it flush yet or not?
Negative. It's about a quarter of an inch from being flush.
Copy, quarter of an inch.
This is a helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who's at the base of the mast canister. You see off to the right there, that's the lower strut that he installed, completing his turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. We're just waiting word from the engineers here on the ground that the torque and the position of the bolt is all good before we go ahead and move on to the next few steps. We completed the installation of the mounting bracket and the upper triangle. This is the next step, the lower strut. Rubins and Glover will work together on the next series of steps to install a middle strut on the left side. That'll complete the left side before they move on to the right. It'll be a mirror image of what we're working on now, a lower strut as well as a mid strut.
the Bravo 7 was in the 30s. I thought it was 30 something pounds, but
35, 36, yeah. 30.6.
like that, but it was only 25.5.
Hi, guys. Apologies for the delay here, but what we're going to do is remove Ike's bolt and try again. So, okay, we're going to leave your bolt in place. Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
You copy?
So Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. They're going to give this bolt another shot, completely unbolting it first before redoing the series of steps to bolt the lower strut at the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, the bolt is popped out, please release.
Copy, Ike. If you can inspect the bolt and the interface for any damage or FOD.
I can help maintain control of that.
Okay, Frank. Interface looks good. See where you're back towards me, Kitchen? Okay. Pushing the bolt out. There's a little bit of orange residue on the threads. You can see that in my WVS.
Ike, we copy and understand, unfortunately, not able to see it on the WVS just because of lighting. You have a good view there, just we can't make it out.
Okay. It appears in a couple spots that the threads have been worn down.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
Just a little as if there was metal on metal. Most of the threads are the same dark gray color. And that orange stuff appears to be some kind of gunked up, not filling the spaces between the bolts, but there's definitely something on the bolt that's orange.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Thank you, and we're checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're looking at a helmet camera view from Victor Glover's spacesuit. That's camera number 20 at the bottom right corner. Glover has unbolted the lower strut.
We'll have words for you shortly.
Engineering teams here on the ground are analyzing the next steps before attempting to rebolt that lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, so Ike, we think that orange residue is part of the locking feature. So at this point, we're going to try again, and we'll just start in the install. So verify spherical bearing alignment, and then you can hand start the bolt.
Okay. And I can help control from this side. Just stretch me as needed.
Okay.
Bring it a little bit closer to you.
You come toward me down.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So Frank, this spherical bearing, it seems like it's supposed to rotate a little bit. It's to be locked in one position. Just about flush with the interface on the strut. It does seem like it could pitch a little more station later, and it might be perfectly flush. I'm not able to rotate it.
Okay, we copy Ike, and we're checking. And so, Ike, if you need to, you can either use your hand or a ret to maybe try to realign that spherical bearing prior to hand starting.
Yeah, Frank, I don't think a ret is going to do much. Maybe this thing moved at one time. I don't think it's there's a lot of friction in there.
Okay, copy.
And it's like degrees from perfectly flush. It's not hinted a whole lot. And the bracket moves, so it will move to be flush with the spherical bearing. As I start to install the bolt. Doesn't start off that way.
Okay, copy. Do you think that's causing a misthread because of the angle misalignment?
I don't think so. I think it lines the bolt up as we're driving. I'm not sure what the bolt, if the strut then kind of pitches and has an orientation it wants to be in. Seems like the spherical bearing makes the pad on the lower strut line up, and then it seems like it will drive straight once it's engaged. But it's not because the spherical bearing is moving, it's because the has a little bit of play.
Okay, we're checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
You know, see, I can help. I don't want to put too much load into the system, but I can help stabilize a bit from this end.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're doing now is perfect.
Okay.
Okay, Ike. So what we're gonna have you do is just try to hand start it and just maybe give us some feedback on how you think that's going. If that's causing a misthread or extra friction as you're hand starting it.
Okay, yeah, hand starts very nicely. I've got 2 turns on it now. Okay, Kate, are you putting any load into it, or?
Negative. I'm just very lightly stabilizing.
Yeah, and it seems like there's still play. The brackets are solid interface, so.
Current, when you reload, I can see the play up here.
After I got like the 3rd turn pretty easily, and now in the 4th turn, there's a lot of running torque. Dock up.
Okay, so Ike, with those words, and we're just going to go ahead and try driving it again. So your settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are getting a live view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
Hand turns.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the current configuration, so they're giving Glover the go-ahead to proceed and drive the bolt.
Okay, I got, excuse me, I got 10 more turns. Green light 25.3 on the torque. Now the black line is about 1/8 of an inch. Maybe just slightly less than 1/8 of an inch. 2 millimeters from being flush.
Okay, Ike, we copy 10 additional turns for a total of 13, 25.3 in green light.
Big copy.
Can I see that left to right?
Yeah.
And Ike, we're checking those numbers. We'll have words for you shortly. Kate, we were just wondering, did you make any TCV changes? We saw a change in your battery.
Yeah, when it became night, I just went down to like 0.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Kate.
I turned my glove heaters on also.
Okay, copy. All right, so Ike, based on those numbers, we're going to go ahead and go to manual ratchet. Your settings will be ratchet clockwise, 30 decimal 5.
Copy.
And Ike, we're anticipating approximately half a turn additional, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
Work.
Good and square from up here.
At a quarter of a turn. Quarter of a turn. I got about a half, just over half a turn, and then I got the ratchet.
Okay, copy half turn and good ratchet. And you can put the PGT back into motor. Actually, Ike, before doing that, can you verify or let us know where the black line is?
It's done by Hayward. Whoever painted this black line painted outside the lines a little bit. It's flush on the top and a millimeter on the side. A flush on the top and a millimeter from being flush on the side. Very, very close.
Okay, we copy. We'll work on our kindergarten skills over here.
I'm still in manual ratchet clockwise. You want me to stay there?
Copy, Ike. We're checking.
Like whoever drew around M22 did a lovely job. Very nice, Sharpie.
Okay, guys. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back to this bolt either at the end of this EVA or next EVA. But Ike, for now, you can put your PGT back into motor. And then, Ike, you will leave the PGT on handrail 5372, bias it towards the right side. And Ike, as you're working with that PGT, could you please do a wiggle test on that lower strut and sob interface?
Oh, that's interesting because a couple turns ago it had some wiggle, but it is solid now.
Okay. Yeah, we see that. Thanks, Ike. So again, you'll put that PGT on handrail 5372.
And Ike, can you help me with a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut? That's it.
Say again?
I'm looking for a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut. Pull that around. I don't know if you can see that. On the left side. If not, no worries.
It's kind of going up toward your underarm pit. Just don't tighten the brake a little bit. It's going aft and then up to your underarm pit. If you can push that down, it'll help get you started. Push that down. Rotate it, no? Yeah, that helps. Loosen the brake.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. All right, got it.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're looking at the helmet camera from the view of Victor Glover aboard the International Space Station.
Mid-strut? All right, go ahead with Ike.
Nope, I was just going to say that, Kate. So, Ike, after you leave your PGT on the handrail, you'll verify that the MLI is covering the lower strut pad. And then next, we're going to work on installing the left mid-strut.
MLI is in place.
Copy. And so, Ike, you'll translate to the mass canister left pad install location. And Kate, you'll be retrieving the left mid-strut and releasing the pit pin from the locked position if that wasn't previously done.
Work.
I remember that on the next one. I could have done that.
Yeah, I think it's okay to keep it in the lock position because that way it doesn't extend out when it's on my BRT.
Okay. Yeah, prefer that.
I like that.
And guys, I'm going to hand you over to Christina for a couple minutes while Ike's translating.
This is a high-definition view from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. They just completed the duo outside now. Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completed the installation of the lower strut. They may come back to it to give it a couple of extra turns, but right now they're gearing up to install the middle strut, and that'll complete the installation on the left side of this mast canister. You can see from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover crawling up the side of the mast canister, getting into place to secure that middle strut,
The side pass.
which is currently in the hands of Kate Rubins. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston is Capcom Christina Cook, taking over temporarily from Ground IV Frank Rubio.
We've got the strut extended.
Okay, I see that it looks like Ike has the side pad, and that means, Ike, you're a go to install the left side pad to the mass canister. Just make sure that arrow is pointing up. You're going to engage the right side and then pivot to the left to get the soft dock.
I still have control so that you can, holding it loosely, but I've got control.
Back at the helmet camera view of Victor Glover. It's a similar procedure to installing that lower strut. Both of the astronauts will be using pistol grip tools. Victor Glover will first secure the mid strut to the mass canister with his pistol grip tool before handing it back over to Kate for her to install it. Each of them has a pistol grip tool in hand.
Trying to get the right side to pivot. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get this base plate to pivot. Like locked right there. Nana, you got any words on how to make this pivot a little bit more?
We are talking about it, and it looks like you're doing everything we would recommend, pivoting like what you're doing right now. Are you able to do that enough to get that right side under the lip? And Kate,
Let go or lift?
Lift.
Kate, if you have any more play to move it out to your left side, that could help him as well.
It's engaged. It's engaged.
Okay, I'm still holding on control.
Nice job, guys.
It's a good soft dock, and it was also the MLR. The MLR is kind of pushing it out.
And these soft docks, like, they're reasonable, but they're pretty heavy pieces, so the center pad overcame it. I'm just holding it very still in position. It's easy to come back out again.
See, Nana? Got in 1, 2, 3, and 4 in my face.
Ike, say again?
Next.
Okay, we are ready, if you are, for your PGT work here, and I can give you settings. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2. Clockwise 2 is set.
And you are going to be doing bolts 1 through 4 to torque. It'll be about 11.5 turns, we think.
Copy. Torque.
Just FYI, mine were 7.
Okay. 3.6 on the torque. 7 turns on M1.
Copy, 3.6 on the torque, 7 turns. And did we get a green light?
Green light.
Okay, you can move on to the next bolt, and I'll hand you back over to Frank.
Thank you.
Nice job, Nana.
All right, guys, back with you here. So now that Ike has put in one...
Glover working on installing that mid strut. There are 4 bolts needed to secure the middle strut to the mast canister. First one is down, 3 to go.
Okay, and I'm going to wait till we get to the second bolt.
Wait, okay. Yeah, wait, just tell us what's next.
Copy, Kate.
Am I installing all 4, or is she going next?
Yep, you actually can work concurrently after the first one, and so, but that's fine to wait till the second one, Kate. So yeah, Ike, you'll just continue to work through all 4 bolts.
Okay,
And
I can
Frank,
go off working.
You know, I'm not, let's just get this side pad on. My experience with the upper triangle, we want to get this fully bolted before I start putting those on this side.
Okay, we copy, and that's, we concur with that plan.
I got 2 on the opposite side, Kate. You can get started if you want. 2.7, green light, and that one was 11 turns. So it's not even moving. My side is nice and steady.
Okay, gotcha.
We copied. Was that 3.7 or 2.7?
3.7.
Copy. 3.7, 11 turns, green light. And Kate, for you, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And that last one I gave you, Frank, was M4. On M3, I had 9 turns, green light 3.6 on the torque.
Copy. 9 turns, 3.6, green light on M3.
Glover currently working to install that middle strut. 4 bolts needed, 3 are down, 1 to go.
Loads into it. It slips out of position for me. Finish your side.
I must have been slipping on that one, Frank. Must not have been engaged. I counted 17 turns. It's flush like the other bolts. Got a good green light, 3.7 on the torque.
We copy all, like, 17 turns, 3.7 green light. We'll check and agree that you probably were slipping on that. Could you please go back to M1 on the same settings and see if you can get any more turns?
Copy.
Glover completed driving all 4 bolts, going back to 1 just to make sure it's nice and snug. That'll complete his installation after that. He doesn't have any more tasks to drive this middle strut, and then we'll leave it to Kate Rubins to affix the middle strut to the mounting bracket on her side with her pistol grip tool.
Additional turns.
Copy. No additional turns on M1. Okay, Ike, that is a good install on the side pad. You can store your PGT, and then Kate, your settings on your short PGT will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, I've got Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And as a reminder, you may need to egress the APFR, and you can use the mod kit for body positioning only for this install. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 28 to torque. We anticipate approximately 15 turns. And guys, we have a handover here in about 10 seconds, so I'll be with you shortly on the other side.
Entering into another brief handover period. We're losing video from the International Space Station temporarily. You're getting a view at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. These are the teams supporting today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Next to him, Frank Rubio is the voice you're hearing here from Mission Control, the ground IV, walking our two astronauts through the intricate procedures. To his right is NASA astronaut Christine Cook taking on the Capcom role. You'll hear her voice as well occasionally. And Art Thomason taking on the spacewalk officer role. He knows the procedures backwards and forwards with the support of his team in some of the back rooms, relaying those procedures and checking and verifying all of the steps, making sure the bolts are tight, the torque is good, all along the way, and relaying that to the flight control teams. Again, we have a good middle strut on Victor Glover's end, just waiting to install it on Kate Rubins' side. She has to use her pistol grip tool to affix it to the mounting bracket on the forward end. She's on the tip of a portable foot restraint to get her a good angle on that mounting bracket, having her install that. After she's complete and the engineers say everything looks good on their end, we'll switch over to the right side and install the lower and mid struts on the right side.
Copy. 10.5 turns, 11.9 green light. We're checking. And is the black line flush, Kate?
Confirm.
Copy. Thank you. All right, guys, that is a good bolt on Mike 28 and a good install for the left mid strut. So, Kate, you can stow your PGT and install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block. And Ike, as Kate is installing the grounding pit pin, you can release her ret from the left mid strut.
Okay. Ready for that?
Ready for it? Got it.
Yes.
With that, the left side of the modification kit, the brackets are installed. You have a middle strut there, and just below this view from Victor Glover's helmet camera, we do have a lower strut on the left side, as well as the upper triangle that, containing the mounting bracket that will eventually house the future iROSA solar array upgrade. With that complete, the two astronauts will move on to the next side. There's, again, a mirror image of what we've just worked on the left side. You got a lower strut as well as a middle strut. They will work on the lower strut first. Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk.
Frank, I've got my BRT ret back on my BRT. Pit pin is installed in the grounding block with a good pull tab.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And Kate, you can egress the APFR, and we'll be rolling it to a new setting.
Route this pit pin so it doesn't interfere with future M16 and 15.
Copy. Good plan.
For when you get up here, my friend.
Regaining views from the helmet camera of astronaut Kate Rubins, who's currently at the end of a portable foot restraint. She's been in this position to install the lower and middle struts. You can get a good view from her angle of that configuration. She'll move over and reconfigure the portable foot restraint. You see is leaning slightly to the left from this position to get a good angle on those left struts. She'll do the same thing on the other side, just maneuver the portable foot restraint over, leaning slightly to the right, and get a good angle to install the lower and middle struts on the right side.
Okay, Frank, I've egressed the HFR. I also have my right back to the lower strut.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be changing the roll on the APFR to Charlie. So your new settings will be 12, Papa, Papa, Charlie, 12.
Roll to Charlie.
You may see a few views of the Earth as Kate Rubins works to reconfigure her portable foot restraint. At this time, the International Space Station is 262 statute miles, passing right over New York, heading over the Atlantic Ocean.
And Ike, you're going to be retrieving the right mid strut. That should be straps 9 and 10.
Charlie in hand.
Roll is in Charlie. Re-ingressing.
Can I be giving you this first?
Oh.
Giving her the mid-right, and then the lower right, like we did last time?
Affirmative. Kate, as you receive the right mid strut and do a ret swap, you'll want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
I'll be closest to the side pad.
Then as far as you can go, I can try to reorient. Awesome.
I've got it. All right, I've got control and redded.
The bag read is off. Got it? Yep.
The mid-right strut is redded to my BRT, closest to the side pad.
Copy, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the right lower strut. That's straps 5 and 6.
Only one's left. Got it in hand.
And you'll be transferring that with the clevis bolt towards Kate.
Kate Rubins easing her way into the portable foot restraint. This will be the last angle she needs to install the right two struts from her position at the top of that foot restraint. Attached to her by way of body restraint tether is the middle strut. She'll have that ready to go whenever they're ready to move on to that task. In the meantime, you can see from the helmet camera view of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover off at the strut bag, getting that lower strut out of the bag. That'll be the first task for them on the right side, is installing the lower strut. The tasks will mirror what we just saw on the left side. They'll position the lower strut at the base of the mast canister. Victor Glover will secure the base of the lower strut in place first with a few turns before allowing Kate Rubins to drive the pistol grip tool on her end, securing it to the mounting bracket. And Glover will finish off the job with his pistol grip tool.
to the lower strut, you'll want to red to the handrail stanchion that's nearest to you.
Copy.
Three hours into today's spacewalk, the two spacewalkers are more than halfway done with the first modification kit on the 2B power channel.
I have control. Control and ready.
Good.
And I'm just going to hold this here while you translate. Let me know if I need to move it.
Let's see.
I can move it. Or neater.
I need to get that red off.
Oh, okay.
So can you push it back toward me?
Yep.
Yeah. Follow me in my line.
Kate Rubins now has control of that lower strut. She's just going to hang on to it while she's in position on top of the portable foot restraint, allowing Victor Glover to make his way over to the work site on the base on the right side of the mass canister. That'll be the position he needs to be in order to drive the bolts of that lower strut.
Let's see. Never mind. Fat fingers in the way. Okay, you got it.
I got control.
Red is off.
I'm just going to clear it from your translation path.
You're fine.
All right. You're totally clear.
And Ike will be translating to the mass canister right side fob launch bracket.
On the way.
Okay, you can release the L6 grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Frank, how are folks liking the heck of you? Give you the points anywhere?
Yeah, it's a pretty outstanding view. It's like nonstop, great pictures.
Right. Frank, I didn't wear a camera on me. We've got an HD video for you. Holy VA.
Yep, and also of note, it's actually significantly better than the WVS view, which is coming in very broken.
Okay. And that's the WETA issue, correct?
And that may be a tight fit for you there. You may want to go around the canister.
Roger.
There should be a pretty good translation path around the bottom side of the canister.
On the way.
From this view, you can clearly see the mast canister. It is the soda can-looking structure at the center of your screen. The astronaut with the red stripes is astronaut Kate Rubins. She's at the top of a portable foot restraint at the perfect angle to install the final two struts on the right side. Astronaut Victor Glover is making his way over to his work site at the bottom of the mast canister.
I hear you, my friend.
His next task is to install the lower strut on the right side. Getting a good angle, he'll need to use a pistol grip tool, the space drill, to secure that strut into place. That strut currently in tow by astronaut Kate Rubins. She'll hand it off once Victor Glover is in position.
I feel like this setting is one more click of roll, and I like it.
Kate, I understand you would want one more click of roll?
Negative. I feel like it is one more click of roll or something different than the other side, and I'm liking it very much.
Copy. Thank you.
Your future iRosa.
All right, I'm in position.
Okay, coming towards you slowly.
And Ike, you'll want to verify the spherical bearing alignment, and then Kate, also a reminder to avoid imparting loads during the lower strut bolt install.
Copy, and same thing, Ike, I'll just hold it. I've got control, but gentle.
Perfect. Last time, the sun was right in front of me doing this, and same thing's happening now. Awesome. Same thing on this side, I'm not really able to influence the orientation of the spherical bearing. Just about parallel to the front of the strut bracket.
Copy, Ike.
Okay, and started. 2 turns.
Copy, Ike. And your PGT settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Glover has the lower strut hand started, just a couple turns with his hand. He'll now move over and use the pistol grip tool. You can see just out of his reach. Give it a few more turns with the space drill before he hands it over to Kate Rubins, who has her own PGT, pistol grip tool, and she'll secure the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket.
And Ike, again, you're looking for alpha 1, clockwise 1, and you'll be driving 4 turns total, so it should be 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1 clockwise 1 6 for 2 additional turns. Two additional turns.
Copy. Kate, you can install the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket L6.
Okay, I see L6. That's the M20 bolt, correct?
And Kate, that is affirmative. That is the Mike 20 bolt.
And I'm assuming no CD hand start.
Affirmative.
All right, Glover has the lower strut secured on his end temporarily. Now Kate Rubins just hand tightening the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket. She'll then use the pistol grip tool to secure it in place.
Kate will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
and you'll be driving Mike 20 to torque, approximately 15 turns total.
I've got a low torque 10.4. Go ahead, it does 10 turns. I just don't mind.
Okay, I understand. 10.4 on the torque, 10 turns.
Left shoulder. If you move your left shoulder away from it, that might then harden a bit. All right. I drove it again about a quarter turn, 11.8. The green light, torqued out.
Okay, understand. Green light, 11.8, about a quarter additional turn. Can you confirm the black line is flush?
Affirmative, black line is flush.
Copy. Thank you, Kate. We're checking those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, Kate, that's a good install for Mike 20. You can store your PGT. Ike, your settings will now be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And with that, we have a good install on the mounting bracket. Kate Rubins successfully installed that lower strut to the top portion where she is working, her current work site. Now going back to Victor Glover, he only has a couple turns on the lower end of that strut. He's going to go ahead and finish it off with his pistol grip tool, making sure it's secure to the base of the mass canister.
Good settings.
For EMU, ECDs at 1.5 left heaters off for the day pass.
Copy, Kate.
Got it, 6 turns, green light 25.4.
Can you say again on the turn count, please, Ike?
6 turns.
Okay, understand. 6 turns and 25.4 on the running torque.
And it's torqued out, it's green light, yeah.
All right, Ike, could you please hit it again at the same torque or same setting correction, and before we move on to manual ratchet?
Green light 25.4 in an eighth of a turn.
Copy, Ike, and we're checking. Okay, Ike, based on what we saw on the other side, we're going to back this out 6 turns only. So your settings will be Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'll back it out 6 turns only.
And Ike, as you're backing it out, I've got a hold up here.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 6 turns only.
Good words.
So Glover is undoing the bolt just a couple of turns, about halfway, and then going to reattempt to give it a few more turns.
Okay, back out 6 turns.
Copy, 6 turns, Ike. Okay, you'll go back to your original settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Clockwise 2.
Okay, and you'll drive to torque.
Out and a half turns. 25.4 on the torque to green light.
Ike, could you please say again those numbers?
5.5 turns. 5.4 on the torque. Green light.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so we're going to try manual ratchet. So your settings will be ratchet clockwise 30.5. And you'll drive to torque again, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
So again, using that pistol grip tool as a ratchet, giving it a few extra turns, making sure it is nice and snug at the base of the mass canister.
Landing 15 is installed.
All right, 2 good pops. It was 1.25 turns, and we are millimeters from having the black line flush.
Copy, 2 good pops, 1 millimeter, and understand 1 millimeter from the black line flush, Mike?
2 millimeters.
Understand, 2 millimeters. Okay, Ike, if you could drive it one more time on manual ratchet for 2 more good pops.
Copy. Good work.
I've got the tip pin in the grounding block. Full test thermalizing, please.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And next you'll release the RET.
And 2 good pops in just a fraction of a turn. Just going to make it a turn.
Okay, we copy, Ike. 2 more good pops and a fraction of a turn. You can leave the PGT on handrail 5372, and if you can also do a quick wiggle test on the lower strut.
This one still has some play in it, but I also noticed something just now while I was ratcheting it. I was able to adjust the angle of the spherical bearing. When I pulled to ratchet, it pulled the spherical bearing in both my direction. They now line back up here straight now, but it moves like this.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Good observation. So if you think you can get more turns, then we'll take those.
Okay, let me just. I think it's straight. We're still getting some play in the end. It is. So have some wiggle to it. And I've got it. Well, it looks straight to me, and I'll try to turn it again. So it's still poking out. Good pops.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike.
We still got a little bit of free play. No problem.
Okay, Ike. We're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back here with the torque wrench again. So you'll leave the PGT on handrail 5372 and then verify that the lower strut MLI is covering the lower strut pad.
Didn't work.
I'll take my next look at the mid right handrail.
Copy, Kate. You do have, I understand you have the right mid strut in hand?
Affirmative. On the DOT, I'm ready to it.
Okay, you can work on releasing the pit pin from the lock position. Should be opposite the handrail. Yep.
With that, the 2 astronauts will move on to the middle strut. The lower strut is installed. Might need a few more turns later with another tool, likely a torque wrench. It's the same on the other side as well. Give it a couple extra turns, make sure it's snug. In the meantime, the teams here on the ground are ready to move on to the next task, which is installing that middle strut on the right side.
For future IROSA, I extended when it was right in front of me versus waiting till I did the handoff and pushing away. Definitely recommend this the second way I did this mid-strut versus the first.
We copy, Kate. Appreciate the words. All right, Ike, we see you have the side pad with the arrow pointing up, and for the soft dock, you'll engage the left side.
Pitch it up. Pitch it up. 4. Okay, it's soft dock.
Okay, we see that. Great job. Okay, you can work on installing the middle grounding pit pin into the final position on the mid strut. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT.
Hey, break. I'm going to hold this here. Right, we'll just get his stuff.
Okay, copy. Okay. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
But it needs help.
Yeah, I thought that was different than last time. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2. And Ike, you'll be driving Mike 9 through Mike 12. Order doesn't matter. Driving them to torque, we anticipate 11.5 turns.
8.7 on the torque, 7.5 turns, green light on 13. Sorry, 11, Mike 11.
Copy, Mike 11.
Turns, green light, 3.7 on Mike 10. Okay, it's stable now. You can.
Okay.
And we copied 3.7 green lights. What was the turn count on Mike 10?
7 turns on Mike 10.
Copy, 7 turns.
I think I'm ready for PGT settings for Mike 24.
Okay, Kate, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
10.5, 3.6 green light on Mike 12.
Copy, 10.5, 3.6 green light on M12. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 24 to torque. We anticipate 15 turns total.
Okay, copy.
And guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 30 seconds. And so, Ike, you can continue with Mike 9, and Kay, you'll drive Mike 24. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, see you on the other side.
7 turns, 3.6 on the torque green light. Mike 9.
Understand, 7 turns, 3.6, green light on Mike 9.
Once again, entering into a short handover, losing video from the International Space Station. Glover and Rubins together flying through those procedures for the middle strut on the right side. Glover working his way around all 4 bolts to secure it to the mass canister. And Rubins confirming the settings on the pistol grip tool for her task to drive 1 bolt on her end to the mounting bracket.
All right, guys, back with you. How do you read?
Right, still working on 24.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, that was a good install on the side pad.
You too. Work, Ike. All right, that was approximately 3 turns to install. torque 10.8. I can hit it again for about 5 turns.
Okay, we copy low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
.9, good green light. I've got an additional quarter half turn.
We copy Kate, and that is a good install on Mike 24.
I've got my rep back from the mid-strut.
Okay, copy. And Kate, you can install the pit pin to the grounded block.
And install good pull test.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, next you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and 26. We're just checking real quick to see the ability to translate because of the play still left on those lower struts.
There's only play on the right lower strut or left lower strut, solid, but yes, happy. Bye.
Moon Ike.
That's pretty nice.
Okay, guys, looks like we have a go to translate. We'll just have to be extra careful and ginger on the while translating on the struts or the bracket. So, Kate, you will egress the APFR, and you're going to be working on closing the MLI on the struts on the right side. Ike, you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and Mike 26.
Copy.
I need to drive the bolts before we do the MLI.
Copy, Kate.
So with that, the engineers on the ground have given a go for both of the astronauts to go ahead and move along the modification kit. They still need to make sure that that bottom lower strut is secure, but they are confident enough that the astronauts themselves can translate and perform some of the next tasks. Glover is working to secure bolts of the adjustable section of the middle strut. It was adjustable to allow it to stretch out enough to be bolted to both the mounting bracket and the mass canister. Glover just securing that in place.
Level 5, Southwest 2 copy. And there's about a half an inch gap there. You guys are still confident I can out of each one all the way. Can you all get? Not I'll go back and forth.
Okay, we see that, Ike, and yeah, we'll try just driving each one all the way then.
Sounds good. And does order matter?
Yep, you'll want to drive Mike 26 first, and then verify that the tab is secure before driving Mike 25. Mike, you're driving this to torque. We anticipate 10.5 turns.
Here's the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see there's two bolts on the adjustable section of that middle strut. He's just closing those up and locking it in place.
Yeah, it's torqued out at 3 turns. At a green light 22 on torque.
Okay, understand 3 turns in. Is the tab secure?
No, it's still about a little more than a quarter inch. Okay.
Okay, let's try driving the other side. You can see if that helps.
That one went about a quarter of a turn and torqued out at 21.9, a green light.
Okay, understand, Ike. We're checking. And Ike, we're still with you here. We're just discussing, we're going to have to back out these bolts, and we're just trying to come up with a plan for you.
Victor Glover continuing to work on that, the bolts near the adjustable part of that middle strut, just making sure they're secure in place. Engineers on the ground just evaluating those turns. In the meantime, the space station is in an orbital nighttime crossing into darkness, 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2. And you're going to back out the tab side bolt.
Counterclockwise 2.
Good words. Back out the tab side bolt, 2 turns only. We're going to try to even out the clamp and see if that helps.
You say 2 turns? Is that 2 turns only?
And I confirm you got 2 turns on that? You backed it out 2 turns?
Yeah, I was asking you if that was 2 turns. I guess we had a handover or something. Inward. Two turns on line 26.
Okay, copy. And so right now you will go to Bravo 5 clockwise 2, and we're going to try to drive the non-tab side.
Bravo 5 clockwise to non-tab side.
Good words.
Okay, I got 1 turn on it. What am I driving it to?
Okay, we understand 1 turn, and now we'll go back to the tab side.
I only got 1 turn, then I stop.
Okay, understand.
Okay, thanks. I got 1 turn, and then I stopped. It didn't torque out, I just stopped.
Understand. We're discussing. Hold, and I'll have words for you shortly. We're going to have a handover here in about 10 seconds.
Once again, losing video from the International Space Station. Should be regaining it here shortly, just in a couple of seconds. In the meantime, Glover is continuing to work on that adjustable part of the mid strut on the right side.
I come back with you. How do you read?
Out of here.
Okay, so what we think's going to work best here, or we're going to attempt, is to walk the clamp alternating sides. So complete 1 additional turn on that side for 2 turns total, and then you'll alternate sides 2 turns at a time.
Copy. On the Mike 26 pad, I only got one turn, 1.8 on the torque.
Okay, we copy, Ike, and are you able to get any additional turns on the other side?
Work. Negative.
Okay, we copy, Ike. We're discussing. I'll have words for you here shortly.
How you doing over there, Kate?
I'm doing good. My heck at you. How you doing?
Good. Chilling.
Right now, Victor Glover and Kate Rubins both standing by. Glover has been working on that middle strut, the adjustable, the bolts near the adjustable section of that middle strut on the right side to secure it in place. Engineers on the ground are currently evaluating some of the next steps, making sure it's good to go, or if there's any additional steps needed.
On a plan, unfortunately, it involves a little bit more than just continuing to drive and with these bolts. I'll have words for you here shortly.
But Frank, we know that the smart folks are talking about this on the ground.
I think we should have tested some of these bolts ID. We would have found this earlier.
All right, guys. So two-step plan. First step, Kate, for you is we're going to have you go and get the torque wrench. We feel like we're going to need that for possibly this clamp and also for the lower struts. And so the torque wrench should be in the other bag. And Kate, correction, that's the ratchet wrench that we're looking for, ratchet wrench.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And Kate,
headed to the other bag?
Yep, for that translation path, essentially you're going to go back to the trunnion, head zenith, and over to the bag.
See.
So Victor Glover is going to remain in his position on the right middle strut. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is going to translate to the bag that's currently on the zenith side. At the beginning of the spacewalk, they both brought strut bags out to the work site, one for each of the power channels. They're using the ones on the 2B channel now. There's a ratchet wrench in the other bag. She's just going to go grab it and possibly use it for securing the bolts on some of the lower struts and even possibly the middle strut. Engineers on the ground will continue to evaluate that, but she'll get that, and that'll help secure some of these remaining parts down of the modification kit to the mast canister.
Affirmative, Ike. And Kate, you're going to be heading over to the 4 Bravo bag.
Copy.
I'm Frank. The rods are a couple of degrees from being like perfectly centered, but they are both in between the space on the clamp.
Copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so based on that, we're going to go ahead and release the bolts. So your settings will be Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2 set.
Those are good words for these settings, Ike, and you'll just rotate the bolts back until they are free.
Okay. 25 and 26. Release until they're free.
Copy, Ike. You can stow your PGT, and you're going to take the telescoping portion and rotate. Essentially, there's a tooth mechanism, and we want to make sure that the teeth aren't hitting each other. So you'll rotate both pieces and then align the bars back up and try to get it as close to perfectly aligned as possible.
All right, Frank, and I'm going to need more vectors on the translution path. See the bag. There's no handrails between bag and I. I'm at lift 18, P6.
Copy, Kate, and we're checking. Have words for you shortly.
One side of this bracket moves, but the other side is pretty fixed in place. I'm not able to move it at all. The side with the bolt heads on it can get it to spring in and out, and the other side though is stuck in place.
Okay, copy, Ike. I think rotating one side may be still have the same effect, and so if you can just align them back up, and then we'll try to reattempt the bolts.
They rotate together, so because I'm not able to rotate, I'm talking about the bracket, the thing I'm trying to tighten. I cannot rotate it relative to the teeth. The nut side is fixed. I'm not sure to what. When I try to grab the what's supposed to rotate relative to what? Because the telescoping portion, nothing's really rotating right now.
Okay, understand, Ike. Okay, Ike, in that case, once you have them aligned as close to perfectly as possible, we're going to attempt to drive the bolts with a higher torque setting. Affirmative.
Okay. Ready.
And Kate, it looks like you figured it out. You continued heading inboard over to the trunnion structure, and then you'll head zenith.
Glover's still working on the middle section of that mid strut on the right side. Going to redo some of those bolts at the adjustable section in the middle there, at this time at a higher torque. In the meantime, Kate Rubins coming back with a ratchet wrench.
It will be Bravo 6, clockwise 2.
Bravo 6 clockwise 2 set.
Good words.
Which one would you like me to start with?
Yeah, Ike, we're going to start with the tab side again and do the same walking method where you do 2 turns here and then alternate 2 turns on either side.
the 4 Bravo back. Wire tie caddying, I think the
Copy, Kate.
on the same side.
And Kate, the ratchet wrench should be near the wire caddy.
And crank both of them torqued out on the second iteration.
Copy, Ike. And is the tab still moving?
Yes. But there's still like about a third of an inch gap.
Okay, understand. We're checking.
But there's also no longer any free play on the bulkhead side of the bracket.
Okay, understand no more free play, Ike. Does the clamp look symmetrically closed at this point? Like are both sides, both sides have an equal gap?
Affirm.
Copy. And Ike, do you have any idea on the turn count for both sides?
Yeah, so about 5.
And Ike, you came in broken, unreadable?
September, hold on. Sorry. It was 3. 3 total on each one.
Okay, understand. 3 turns on each side.
Turns on each one.
I think I've got the ratchet wrench ready to my mini workstation. I'm bringing the adjustable with me as well. Closing up the back here.
Copy, Kate.
I'm headed back towards it. Have to go inboard to go out.
Okay, I think we're at a stopping point for now on this caller. So can you verify that the middle pit pin is in the final location?
It is not.
And Ike, as you put that pippin in place, you can also put the MLI covering in place. We may have to come back, but we can't leave this strut without MLI covering it.
All right, just confirm the final lifting location for me. Thanks.
And Ike, the pippin should be coming out by the handrail, and then the final install location will be into the narrow telescoping part.
Works.
And Frank, I'm at my green hook, making the turn, head back to you. Thanks.
Copy, Kate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. The pippin is in the final location.
Copy, Ike.
I'm assuming it goes under the MLI because I don't see a hole in the MLI for it to go through.
That's affirmative, Ike. The MLI goes on top of the pippin. There is no hole for it. And Kate, you are heading to the right lower strut, radiator side, right lower strut sob interface.
4 hours, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. Victor Glover moving on to the next task of covering some of the sections of the strut with multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that you see, just making sure all those parts are covered and no metal is exposed. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is coming back to the work site with a ratchet wrench in tow.
And Frank, you want me to go fast or, I know you said right lower.
Yep. Correct, Kate. So you're going to be essentially taking the same path that you took over to the WIF 38 area.
All right.
The WBS shot of the MLI. MLI is in place on the left mid-strut.
Copy, Ike.
What'd you say, Kate?
Oh, I'm just saying I'm back with you on P6 here.
Thank you.
And Ike, while you're in that area, can you make sure that the right lower strut zenith MLI is in place?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Should be the
shoulder. Right.
Yep, I see it. Frank, it's in place.
Thanks, Ike. Yep, that's what we were looking for. All right, guys, as Kate, you're getting to your location, and Ike, you finish that up. Let me give you a big picture right now. So right now, the limiting consumable is EV2 battery at 754. We're about 45 minutes down on our timeline. Our goal right now is to finish the 2 Bravo config, get that right side lower strut as close in config as possible to the left side. And we're discussing plan forward right now. We don't think we can get to the minimum config for the full Bravo side, but we're hoping to possibly build the upper triangle and maybe tie it down before going in.
Okay.
I'm good.
And guys, right now we're looking at about 4 hours and 15 minutes PET.
Great big picture words by Frank Rubio. The ground IV for today, essentially Rubins and Glover will work with the ratchet wrench to give the lower right strut just a little extra tug to make it nice and snug on that fixture at the base of the mass canister, making sure that it is stable on the 2 Bravo side. They are a little bit behind on the timeline because of their efforts to tie down some of these struts with the proper amount of torque. So the going-in plan now is to just make sure that the bolts on this side, on the 2 Bravo side, that's the Earth-facing side, are secure before moving on to the 4 Bravo side on the other side. Of course, they do have another spacewalk to go ahead and tackle the activities needed to install that modification kit, but they're going to go ahead and build the upper triangle that's on the very top of the configuration of the modification kit and move on to go ahead and ingress or enter the Quest airlock and wrap up today's spacewalk. So the plan right now is to continue to address the 2 Bravo side, making sure that that is nice and snug and fit and complete the installation of that modification kit.
And Ike, next we're going to have you translate over to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts and do those. But before initiating your translation, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Copy. Strut gauntlets are in place. Are a bit dirtier with the fabric and the RTP look good.
And copy gauntlets and gloves and understand dry hap, Mike?
That's correct. Hap is dry.
Okay, we copy. And you'll be translating down and around the canister to get over to the left side adjustment collar.
The way. And is this the same translation considerations on the mounting hardware?
Affirmative. Yep, we are still able to translate, but we have to be extra careful with it. And Kate, when you have a chance, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, and I've got the 2-inch socket from the PGT from the IEA onto the ratchet wrench with a big pull test. Checking gloves in.
Copy.
Victor Glover making his way up the left side of the structure. He's heading to the middle strut to do the same thing he did on the other side, just bolt down some of the bolts on the adjustable parts of that middle strut.
Copy nominal gloves, dry hap, understand gauntlets are down. Okay. Okay, copy.
Again, the astronauts will continue to do these periodic glove and hap checks, making sure that there are no cuts or scrapes on their gloves, that their gauntlets or the fabric around their wrists are down, and that their hap, their helmet absorption pad on their head is dry. All 3 confirmed by both of the astronauts as they continue through these next steps.
Copy, Ike.
This strut, unlike the one on the right, is able to rotate relative to the telescoping portion.
Okay, we copy and we see that rotation, Ike.
We also have some metal shavings on the upper portion right in 30. That's not actually right next to N30, but just on that side of the bracket. In the center where the threads, the big threads on the telescoping portion are. There's some metal shavings, if you can see that in my video.
Okay, understand the metal shavings. Unfortunately, we do not see them on the WVS. Are you able to point to it, to where you see it? Okay, thank you, Ike. We see that, and we think that that is not unexpected because of the teeth mechanism that's there. And so we're going to have you drive this with your long PGT. Your settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Right in front, I'm at the right lower strut in position.
Okay, copy, Kate. I'll have words for you here shortly.
Okay.
And so, Kate, you're just going to drive clockwise, and you're going to torque it to as high of a torque as you can get.
Copy.
Kate, we'll take a turn count once you're complete.
Of course.
And Ike, for you, again, you're going to start with Mike 30, the tab side, but it's probably a good idea to alternate sides and just keep a running turn count as you go with 2 turns on each side.
From the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, she is using the ratchet wrench to tie down that lower right strut. Just a little extra torque on that bolt to make sure it's nice and snug.
And Frank, real quick, I've got the ratchet on, 2-inch on, and all the torque I can, which is more than 30.5. Bolt did not move at all.
Okay, understand, Kate, and understand no turns at all.
Concur.
Guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 15 seconds. I'll catch you on the other side. Kate, we're discussing. We think we might be maxed out here.
Thank you. I got maybe 1/16 of a turn there, but it's
Another brief handover of that video from the International Space Station. This is just expected to be a few minutes to maybe even a matter of seconds until we regain that video. Again, Kate Rubins is using a ratchet wrench to perform a little extra torque on the lower right strut. Make sure that's nice and snug. The modification kit to the mast canister. In the meantime, Glover is over on the middle left strut performing some of the same techniques he was doing on the middle right strut. There's an adjustable section that he needs to drive some bolts and secure it in place, and he's performing those techniques.
Okay, guys, back with you. How do you read?
loud and clear.
Same.
Okay, I have you same. Ike, first, can you verify that your left safer handle is down? The team thought they might have seen something on video that didn't show it fully seated down.
Good.
Rubins and Glover both working on the 2B side, the mast canister. If you can see from this view, at the very base of the rollout solar array, there is a soda can looking fixture. That's exactly where they are, on the Earth-facing side.
Torqued out so that both of them are torqued out, and Mark 30 side, the tab side is close together, but the tab is still loose. It's like 1/4 of an inch, and the Mike 29 is 1/3 of an inch.
Okay. We copy, Ike, and we see that. Can you just verify that the tab still moves loosely, or is it tight?
The left taper handle is down. It was indeed up.
Okay, copy. Thanks, Ike.
And the tab moves. Tab is loose.
Okay, we see that. Thanks, Ike. Kate, the team was wondering if we could reposition so that you're in a position to pull on the wrench rather than push.
Yep, I can try that.
And Ike, we're discussing. I'll have further words for you here shortly.
You too.
Okay, Ike, we're going to drive each of the bolts back 2 turns. So your settings for that will be Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5, counter 2, volt.
All right, and Frank, I am in a pole position, a small angle between the after wrench and the lower strut. It's not moving.
Okay, we see that, Kate. Yep, I think you're moving the whole structure, but the bolt is not moving.
Okay, I will stop doing that.
Yeah, Frank, I backed them out to 2 turns each. And there's still a difference. The gap on the top, the tap side is still smaller.
Okay, understand. Tap side is still smaller. Okay, so Ike, we're going to drive forward with a higher setting, Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and you'll start with the side with the bigger gap, and just, again, alternating 2 turns either side.
How's it going down there, Kate?
It's good. I'm waiting for Max from the team.
Yep, and Kate, we're still with you and we're still discussing.
Yep. No fret. No fret. Rush.
All right, Frank, I got 2 extra turns on the bottom, the M29 side, so the gap is a little more even. Now they're both 1/4 of an inch. The tab is still loose and they're both torquing out.
Okay, understand. 1/4 of an inch gap and both torquing out, and we see that the tab is still loose. And Ike, I think we're going to call it as far as torquing it. Could you verify, essentially do a wiggle test, but in the rotational axis? So try to rotate the two pieces. So it won't be the collar, but the telescoping piece and the bigger piece, and try to see if they rotate with each other.
Yeah, like the other side, they're secured together now. I cannot rotate relative to the telescoping piece or the wider piece, and they both rotate together. They don't twist relative to each other. But whatever is tension in there is holding them both.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike and Kate, for both, we are discussing plan forward.
Okay, copy.
So Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both standing by, still on the 2B side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss. They have installed the modification kit, and most of the bolts are secured. The teams on the ground are discussing the next steps, specifically for the lower right strut. Teams seem to be happy with the left middle strut, the adjustable section there. Glover going to attach some of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric you see over that metal beam. In the meantime, the teams on the ground are still discussing the lower right strut, and we'll address it shortly.
I sure could use the best of the 80s soundtrack right now.
Yeah? You want me to sing it?
I would love that.
I do not think you want me to sing it.
Okay, Ike, looks like you read our mind there. Thanks for putting that Pippin in place and putting the MLI in place. After you're done with that mid-strut MLI, if you can just verify that the MLI on the remaining struts and pads is in place, that would be appreciated. All right, so Kate, we think we have enough time here to try to back this bolt out. So we're going to get it started with the wrench and then try to back it out with PGT.
So again, the modification kit on the 2 Bravo channel. This is the on the far port 6 truss, facing right down towards the Earth. You can see a good view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover. They do have the kit installed. Victor Glover is just working to make sure all the different parts of the middle beam are covered with the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric. He's going to do a check of the entire structure. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is going to try one last time to back out that bolt on the lower right strut, which is being quite stubborn today, and give it one more go to see if it can secure that part of the structure to the base of the mass canister on the International Space Station.
All right, ratchet wrenches on the bolt. Let me know it turns counterclockwise.
Okay, Roger, Kate, and you can just brake torque with the wrench, and then we'll move on to the PGT.
All right, copy.
Maybe brake torque plus a couple turns just to make sure.
Recorder. And this is a pretty high running torque here. Half total. That's one total turn.
Copy, Kate, and you'll back it out with Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
I think I'm going to get 2 turns here.
Okay, understand.
All right, 2 turns.
Kate Rubins continuing to troubleshoot that lower strut, working with the pistol grip tool and the ratchet wrench to give it another attempt to securing that bolt on the bottom of the strut. In the meantime, the station is 261 statute miles over Venezuela, looking at the Caribbean just off in the distance and about to pass over Brazil.
Hey, Ike, before you leave that work site there, if you can just make sure that the MOI on the upper strut, where that meets the bracket, that is secure.
Hey, Frank, I've already left the work site. The upper strut MOI is in place. I'm off the mounting bracket of the IPA structure completely. I'm back on the IEA.
All right, and Frank, say again, how many turns expected?
Kate, we're just going to drive the bolt completely out and do an inspection of the bolt and the interface. We anticipate approximately 10 turns.
Do you have an 10 turns? Perfect.
Kate Rubins standing by for the number of turns needed to completely undo the bolt on the lower right strut. In the meantime, Victor Glover is going around the structure, the modification kit, and just making sure that all of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that's completely wrapping the modification kit, making sure all parts of that are secured.
And Ike, it looks like from what we saw in the WVS, the MOI on the left upper strut, so the triangle where the left upper strut and the bracket meet, wasn't quite in place. Are you able to translate back up there and address that?
Left upper strut. Okay, all right, go check.
And Frank, that was 7.5 turns. Back it out plus my 2, so pretty close. I'm taking a look at the interface for an inspection. I don't see anything on the threads. I'm going to steal my PTT and get a closer look.
Copy, Kate.
And I see the interface completely clean. The mask canister. I'll check the bolt now.
Okay. Copy, Kate, on the interface. And as you check the bolt, if you could depress it so that as many of the threads stick out as possible, that's great.
Floor plan.
Hey, Frank, do you want me to wait until she's done with this and that's pre-installed, or do you want me to go look it down? It looks like both sides, the right and left upper strut. That's top, the MOI nearest the mounting bracket is still folded up.
Yep, Ike, we concur on both sides, and we'll just wait until we're done with this lower strut so we're not applying unnecessary stress on the structure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that when I was on the right side. I adjusted the MOI on the lower strut, the top part of the lower strut.
Yep, no worries. That's a tough angle to see from where you are.
You know, both.
Okay. Hopefully you've got this in HECA. Pushing the bolt in. I see the same, I call it yellowish orange in the threads, starting from the point away from the bolt head at the point at thread number 4, going up 8 threads. The actual thread itself was fine.
We copy, Kate, and that was a great view. Thank you. It's okay. We'll try to drive again. And if you can try to manually align and start turns.
Spacewalk team here in Mission Control Houston inspecting that bolt, getting great views with the high-definition camera. Mentioned it looked good, so they're going to go ahead and try to reinstall the lower strut to the base of the mass canister.
Canted a little bit. I'd say a millimeter or two, and it will not rotate.
Okay, understand the spherical bearing essentially is misaligned and you're not able to push it into proper alignment.
Sure. And that would not work.
Okay, we're checking. Okay.
That would not work. That's a negative.
Copy, Kate. I'll have words for you shortly.
Okay. I could possibly use the ratchet wrench on one side, but it's not moving, but we'll wait for your go.
It's okay. We think, unfortunately, this is very similar to what we saw on the other side. So we'll try similar to what we did, just hand start and drive the bolt and see if that aligns it as we drive it.
And as you hand started, it's 2 turns, right?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a proposal for you, Frank. Why don't I hand start it as far as I can?
Okay, that works for us. Thanks, Kate.
Three. Five turns. Five turns on the hand stick.
Copy, 5 turns. And your settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7. Clockwise 2. Set. And total turns we were expecting on this, about 5 down.
So, Kate, the total turn should have been around 14, and so we're looking for another, oh, correction, 16. So we're looking for another 11 turns, but really we just want you to drive it to torque at this point.
Okay, it works.
All right, so a few hand tightening techniques, a couple extra turns with the hand, and now using the pistol grip tool. We'll see how this works for the last attempt for the installing the lower strut.
23.0. Big green light. Oh, that's a low torque. Sorry. Anyway. There's my good torque. 25.4. That's another 5 turns plus a half after the low torque.
Okay, we see it, Kate, and we see the wiggle as you move it. Can you do manual ratchet at 30.5?
Works. Yes.
Copy, Kate. Understand torqued out. Didn't look like you got any additional turns.
Yeah, negative. No movement.
Okay, copy, Kate. And at this point, we'll just take whatever turns you can get with the ratchet wrench. And Ike, at this point, you have a go to address that MOI at the top of the triangle.
Exactly.
That was a quarter turn. Another 8. Third 8. And that's it. And it's, I don't know if you can see in HECA, it is canted from the side to side. And with that last 8, the bolt head is fully seated against the receptacle interface at the top. I think that's all you're going to get.
Okay, we copy and we see that, Kate. If you could just do one additional wiggle test for us.
Yeah, no problem. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, ready for the wiggle test?
Ready.
So in my view, from the label M19, we call that top to bottom, which is the base of the joint. I've got no motion. How I'm looking at it, zenith nadir, no motion. Left to right, I've got just a little bit. And the bolt is hitting closest to the M19.
Okay, I understand a little bit of left to right motion with the bolt hitting closest to M19.
And in that axis, no movement.
Copy. And Kate, what distance do you estimate between the black line being flush at its current location?
You get an iPhone. About a millimeter, possibly 2 millimeters.
Okay, copy. 1 to 2 millimeters.
The degree of off-centeredness is, look at the bolt head completely flush.
Copy. Thanks, Kate. Okay, we're discussing. I'll have words for you shortly.
Okay.
So Kate Rubins was able to undo the bolt on the lower right strut, which has been giving some difficulty on the installation process here. Was able to reinstall it using the pistol grip tool and given an extra tug with the ratchet wrench, giving it a little extra torque. She's showing minimal movement from some of her wiggle tests. Now the engineers here in Mission Control Houston are assessing some of the next steps, making sure that that is good to go before they head into potential wrap-up procedures to end today's spacewalk. Just waiting for word from Mission Control on some of these next steps.
Well, I'm a little trickier when I'm running a VOT.
while Rubins waits for some guidance from Mission Control on the status of the lower strut. Glover is continuing to secure that multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that completely surrounds the modification kit, making sure all parts of the multi-layer insulation are completely secure.
All right, Kate, so first thing we're going to have you do is go ahead and do a socket swap from the ratchet wrench to the PGT, and then we'll stow the ratchet wrench in the 2 Bravo bag.
Okay, copy. Swap back to the PGT and the IEA.
Kid, I'm right behind you on the
Okay, copy.
picture.
Pull test on the socket, 2 inches back on the PGT and the IEA.
Copy, Kate. And Kate, you can stow that ratchet in the 2 Bravo bag.
Right, and taking a look at Ike's and our tethers. Maybe my tether is underneath him, so I propose I leave it on structure, and if he's getting the 2 Bravo bag, he pick it up. Otherwise, I have to cross tethers. bring in the PGT back in the bag as well?
Okay, we agree with your plan for the ratchet wrench. We're discussing the plan forward, which is going to affect what we're going to do with the PGT, so I'll have words for you shortly on that.
Okay, I'll throw the ratchet wrench right next to the PGT. It's got an adjustable on it.
Kate Rubins and Victor Glover wrapping up some of their work on the 2B work site. This is the 2 Bravo power channel on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss, the very far end of the port side. Right now, Mission Control is discussing some of those next steps given the timeline ahead. The configuration of the modification kit meets the minimum requirements needed to just keep it there in place. It is tied down. They may readdress it on a future space walk to give the bolts a couple extra turns and make sure that it is secure and ready to hold those solar arrays expected later this year. While they deconfigure their work site, redo their tethers, and put away some of their tools, they're just standing by for some words on what to expect next.
They grabbed the PGT2, or are we still waiting on that?
We're still waiting on that.
Okay. That's the ratchet.
All right.
This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. She's standing by for words from Mission Control on some of the next steps. She's hanging on to one of the handrails at the integrated electronics assembly that holds the batteries that store power drawn from the 2B power channel. The solar arrays there and store power in new lithium-ion batteries.
So the first thing is great job on working through the 2 Bravo side. I know there were some challenges there, so thanks for sticking with us. The good thing is that structure is in a safe config for ISS, and it can currently will not affect BGA movement or loads, and so we're in a safe config there.
Excellent news, Frank.
The plan forward, as we see it, is we're going to reposition the APFR over to the 4 Bravo side with 37, and that way it's available for the next EVA. Our goal will be to clean up the 2 Bravo site and then go up to the 4 Bravo side, build the upper triangle, and then see where we are from there. Most likely, we're going to look at tie-down options for that. And we do have a handover here in 20 seconds, so I'll have more for you guys on the other side.
A good summary from as we lose video from a handover of some of that, some of the feeds from the International Space Station. We had a good summary from ground IV Frank Rubio. Essentially, the modification kit that Rubins and Glover both installed on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration for now. They may readdress some of those struts and during a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a safe configuration to take the loads that go with space station attitude control and the flight there.
And Kate and Ike, back with you. How do you read?
I guess that's cool.
Okay, I have the same. And Kate, you had a question right before the handover?
Yeah, would you like me to start getting the WIFX and APFR on my BRT?
Yes, Kate, that would be great, and that'll be your primary task, will be to reposition that APFR WIFX.
Frank, if we're only building the upper triangle on the other side, do we need, what do you want to do PGT-wise in the bags? We have the long one on my swing arm and the short one's on the IEA. I think I need both. I copy.
And I copy you, Ike.
And Ike, we're checking on that.
Frank, DB1, do you copy? I've got the WIFX and APFR. That is on my BRT. Those are out.
So, Ike, we agree with your plan. We should only need the short PGT to build the upper triangle. And so if you want to swap out, you can leave the long PGT on the 2 Bravo side and take the short PGT with you.
Am I leaving the bag or am I folding up the bag now?
We're gonna leave the bag for now, Ike.
Okay.
Okay, Frank, I've got the WIFX and I'm headed back inboard the triangle and then.
Copy, Kate. And Kate, right now on video, we're seeing that your ingress aid is still extended. Ike, do you want to do a visual on that? Just make sure that you don't need to address that before she starts to translate.
All I see is the sun right now. Can you get it where you can see it, Kate?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It is.
Yeah, got it.
So again, the modification kit on the 2B power channel, you can see a really good view from this angle as the sun sets in into an orbital nighttime. Station is on the...
Still limiting consumable. We're about 2 hours down on the timeline. To build the upper triangle and get it properly stowed, we are looking at going slightly over 7 hours. I just want to see how you guys are feeling and what your thoughts are on that plan.
Maybe.
Yeah, let's just be careful. We've got enough time to do a good ingress.
That does account for plenty of time for ingress, Kate. Yep.
So it sounds like the crew is up for going on the other side, on the 4 Bravo side that faces space.
The translation path is going to look very similar from when you went and got the ratchet wrench.
As the sun sets into an orbital nighttime, they're continuing to wrap up their work site on the 2 Bravo side. Rubins about to take the portable foot restraint over to the other side. And Glover working with some of the pistol grip tools, making sure he has the right one to take over to the 4 Bravo side. Their next task is to build the upper triangle, which was the first task of today for the 2 Bravo side. They'll start that on the other side and simply just tie it down, leave it in a good configuration, nice and tight for them to address it on the next spacewalk scheduled for March 5th. Rubins will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi next Friday.
Copy, Ike, and then you can begin your translation to the 4 Bravo side. Yours is a much friendlier translation. You should just be able to go zenith on the outboard forward aspect of the IAA.
All right, I'm at the triangle.
Copy. Metal bag.
And Ike, once you are at the bag, you can go ahead and secure the bag open.
Good work.
Guys, for your situational awareness, we are moving the arm for improved camera views.
Frank, I went up the triangle. Zenith, I believe, and now they're back in. Confirm that a correct path. Sorry, back out, C6.
Yep, so Kate, understand you are on the zenith aspect of the trunnion structure, correct?
Confirmed.
Okay, so you will head outboard, and when you get to the near aspect of the IEA, you'll head aft.
Hold on, I'm going to put down a local.
During an orbital nighttime, Rubins and Glover both heading over to the other side of the Port 6 truss, now on the space-facing side. They'll start some of the work on the 4B channel, getting some of their tools in place and ready to access very quickly on the next spacewalk.
Okay, do you have a handrail number for us in your current location?
This ATFR FX is a thing. Translate with 169. 5385. I copy that I'm headed outboard.
Copy 5385.
Thank you.
Flight controllers checking Rubin's location. One of her tasks is to stow the portable foot restraint that she's been using throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Get it nice and close to her work site that she'll have to address next spacewalk. She'll once again take the role of going in the portable foot restraint, perform a lot of the same tasks that she performed today, just on the other side of the Port 6 truss. The other tasks that Rubins and Glover will both attempt to tackle will be the construction of the upper triangle. This was the first section of the bracket that was built at the beginning of today's spacewalk, and will eventually be mounted on the top portion of the mast canister as the first portion of the modification kit that needs to be installed. Though it will likely not be installed during this spacewalk, it'll be installed later. So what they'll do is they'll just construct that upper bracket and then tie it down, make it nice and secure, so they can go ahead and just grab it on the next spacewalk.
Hey, Kate, if you can just hold your current position, we'll have a translation path for you here shortly.
Okay. I'm at 5316. I'm following it back to my green hook, I think.
Okay, Frank, the bag is open. Will you get started on the upper triangle?
Roger. Ike, you have a go to start the upper triangle. I'll have words for you here shortly. Hey,
How you
Kate.
doing over there, Kate?
I'm waiting for some translation passwords from the ground. I'm just going to drop a local. I'm at 5327.
Copy.
All right, Kate. I think we have your location. Sorry about that. We missed a slight turn there. So you just need to go slightly outboard to the IEA, and then you'll move forward, translate across the IEA.
The outboard to the IEA?
Yep, 5333. And that handrail path should take you forward. Next handrail should be 5332. When you get to the forward aspect, we just want to make sure, verify that your safety tether is routed correctly, and you should be heading back inboard. All right, so Ike, for you, we're going to go ahead and retrieve the right upper strut, which is going to be straps 1 and 2, and we're going to assemble that to the mounting bracket.
It works. Hey, Frank, is the intention to have that MLI in place, the stuff I just did, on the other side after this upper triangle is built?
Now, essentially, we're just going to build the upper triangle, and then we're going to temp stow it on top of the IEA.
Okay, so you don't install that MLI until after you install it on the mass canister?
Hey, Kate, you are on the correct face, but we think you're heading outboard. You need to head inboard towards the trunnion structure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're basically going back to where Ike's green hook is, and then you'll head zenith towards your green hook.
Copy.
So like clarifying words, yes, as you are building the triangle, we will need that MLI in place.
Another short handover from our tracking and data relay satellites should be regaining that communication here shortly, especially audio in just a few seconds. Glover is busy building the upper triangle portion of the next modification kit that'll go on the 4 Bravo truss. Okay, Rubins is following her translation path, or her path towards the stow location for her portable foot restraint that she used for today's spacewalk. She's just going to put it in a location close to where she'll need it for the next spacewalk on Friday.
Okay, the tab is inserted to the right for strut. There are 2 turns on each bolt.
And I apologize. Can you say again last transmission?
Turns on each bolt by hand, and the tab is inserted ready for PGT settings, I believe.
Okay, roger that. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Work.
And you're going to drive 4 turns on mic 13 and mic 14. 4 turns only.
I passed my green hook and back out first.
Roger, Kate. And at this time, you're going to head outboard to the near edge of the IEA. And similar, you'll take the handrail path across to the aft section of the IEA.
Vehicle there, Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 4 turns total.
Affirmative. Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 2 additional turns for 4 turns total.
A little difficult to see as the station is in an orbital nighttime. Now 260 statute miles. Just over Malaysia now, heading on a northeastern course, but Glover has the pistol grip tool in hand and is constructing the upper triangle, some of the steps that he just did earlier on today's spacewalk. One of the first tasks he did, he's just getting the upper triangle built for the next spacewalk.
Kate, as you get to the corner there, you may want to fair lead on handrail 5338. Ike, next you're going to be retrieving the left upper strut and assembling that to the center pad.
And I see a 5340.
Copy, 5340, that's correct. Okay, once that fair lead is in place, you'll head outboard to the outermost edge of the IEA.
And set it up first. All right, Ike, I'm back in your territory.
Awesome.
I had a journey.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. I am at the keel of the 534 and 5359.
Say again, please, Kate.
I'm at 5364 and 5359, and I'll take a progressive taxi to the west.
Roger. Yep, and now you'll start moving station forward. You're looking for width 37.
Right, and you want me to move down the IEA? Or you want me to go on this triangle?
Yep, you'll have to go on the other side of the A-frame there.
Okay.
Yeah, Kate, there's not a great path here, so you can go up and over the A-frame or on top of the batteries to get around the A-frame.
Up and over the A-frame.
Copy. And Ike, you're going to be installing the left upper strut, L7, to the center pad.
Center pad first, okay. And work.
Ike's headed towards you. See with 37.
Okay, copy with 37. Your clocking is going to be 6.
Copy, and thanks for the taxi.
Okay, 2 turns. Left upper strut to center pad bolt.
Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy.
And you'll be driving clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll drive Mike 17 to torque.
PGT popped up, have your count again. Okay. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And driving into torque.
Affirmative.
Let me know if I'm getting in your way at all.
Okay, we got 7 turns, level point on the torque, green light. Black line is flush.
Ike, we copy 7 turns, black line flush. Can you repeat the torque, please?
11.8, 11.8.
Copy 11.8, checking those numbers. All right, Ike, that is a good bolt on Mike 17. You can release the rets from the right strut.
Copy. Work. The right strut is released.
Okay, next you're going to be installing the left.
This mounting bracket is right next to your helmet, so big hunk of metal.
Copy.
Go ahead, Frank.
Like you'll be installing the left upper struts to the mounting bracket. You can hand start those 2 bolts.
Work.
Glover continuing to assemble that upper triangle for the next modification kit on the 4B channel. There are 3 points that he needs to bolt. 2 of them have been completed. This last section will complete the work to construct that upper triangle. The plan as of now is once that upper triangle is completely bolted together and constructed, Glover will work to use different wire ties to tie down the upper bracket in place and leave it there to be installed on the next spacewalk on March 5th.
Copy, Ike. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2. You'll be driving both of these bolts for 4 turns total, 2 additional turns. And Kate, for you, once you have the WIFX installed with a clocking of 6, the current settings for the WIFX and the APFR.
Yeah, Frank, I'm just still working on the copy.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, no worries.
Frank, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. Or 2 more for 4 total turns.
Copy.
All right, and thanks for the clocking. Is the stripe on that pointing towards the mass canister or towards the IEA? It's too dark to see.
Kate, the handrail should be pointing towards the IEA to have the proper clocking.
Thank you. That is clutch. Handrail towards IEA.
And Kate, once you get that installed, the current settings are good to go. The only thing we got to make sure is that the ingress aid is folded down and retracted to its max position.
Okay, Frank, ready for service.
Okay, you'll be driving Mike 16 to torque. We anticipate 20 additional turns for a total of 24 turns.
Okay, Mike 16.
Kate Rubins wrapping up her efforts for stowing the portable foot restraint. It needs to be in a certain configuration to make sure it is in a proper stowed position. Again, it'll be retrieved next spacewalk. It's just in a location that's close and can be easily retrieved for the spacewalk on Friday. In the meantime, Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see the translucent number 20 on the bottom right. He is wrapping up the installation, the construction rather, of the upper triangle, working on those last 2 bolts to secure it together. Once it is fully constructed, Rubins is scheduled to go ahead and help him out, gather some wire ties, and temporarily stow it next to the work site here. It will not be installed on the mast canister today. It'll just be in a temporary stowed position, just wired down and making sure it is secure before they go ahead and wrap up today's spacewalk.
And Kate?
Green light, 18.3 on the torque.
Copy, 18.3. Did you say 15 turns, Mike?
0, 20 turns.
I'm having trouble getting it engaged at any clocking, Frank.
Copy, Kate. We're checking. And can you verify that black line was flush on Mike 16?
Black line flush. Sometimes the locking collar is sticky. Will it rotate to black on black, Kate?
Will not rotate.
No. Okay.
All right, Mike. That torque is good. Oh, that bolt is good to go. You'll do the same for Mike 15, approximately 20 additional turns.
Good work.
Okay. Frank, I got it in. So the clocking of N. I believe it's really hard first.
And Kate, can you repeat last? You said you were able to get it in with a clocking of what?
Clocking, I think it's 10 is pointing towards the IEA. And I've got lots black on black, good pull and twist test.
Break 19 turns, 18.3 on the torque, green light. Black line flush.
Roger, understand. Black line flush and checking those numbers, Ike.
Frank, I can confirm for you that the ingress gate is folded down and locked.
Okay, we copy Kate, and we also copied the good pull twist test. We're just trying to figure out the orientation. We'll have words for you here shortly. And Kate, we're going to have you hold in your current position. We're about 5 minutes away from a day pass, and we're hoping that that's going to be able to help as far as situational awareness for the team.
Copy.
And Ike, you can release the red from the left upper strut.
Okay.
North.
Ready, away.
No, I just giving you awareness.
Thank you.
That upper strut red is after the bag.
Roger, Ike. Next, we're going to drive Mike 14 and 13. So this will be the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
Bravo 3, clockwise to right. Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Affirmative.
Standing right this west. I'm in a non-optimal position. Put it in. A good position would be where Ike and the triangle are. So I'm fighting against this frame here. And I think you probably leave it in at 10 and close it later when I can get in a better position.
Okay. Kate, that sounds like a good plan. So we'll just have you follow your translation back around, your translation path back around the IEA and to the inboard aspect of the bag next to Ike.
In the DRT route.
Rubins and Glover side by side working on two different tasks. Glover, you see from helmet camera number 20 here, is driving those final bolts. He did install 2 of the 3 sides of this triangle, just working on the bolts on that final side. In the meantime, Rubins is trying to get a good configuration to secure that portable foot restraint to its workside interface location, temporary stowed position, so it's easily accessible next to the spacewalk.
On the torque, 14, black line flush.
Copy 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush. And you can push to Mike 13, same settings.
Good work. A 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush.
Okay, understand 19, 18.4 green light, black line flush for Mike 13.
That's true.
Okay, Those are both 2 good bolts. Mike 13 and Mike 14 are both 2 good bolts.
About to enter into an orbital sunrise. You'll start to see the views here get a little bit brighter. We can see some of the work that Glover has been doing to construct this triangle. That sun should illuminate his work a little bit better. Also, we should get a better view of Kate Rubins' work to temporarily stow the portable foot restraint. Though from this particular angle, we are having some ratty coverage with her helmet camera.
Yes, I did visual of you.
The power temperature.
All right, guys. Strong work. Now we're transitioning to tying down the triangle on top of the IEA. But first, I'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. I'll start with you, Ike.
Yeah. Tap is dry. Gauntlets are in place. The red glove looks good.
Inward swing.
My left index finger got a right where the RTV is missing. I need to get some better light on it. It's a weird lighting right now. Right at the intersection of the second and third digit or joint and the pin outboard side, closer to my thumb. The RTV is missing. It looks like a small hole in the RTV, sticking the fabric.
Standing by your checks.
Okay, Ike, we copy and we see at least part of that on the WVS. You can go ahead and just take as much time as you need to do a proper inspection on that.
If you're with us.
So, Craig, I can't tell if there's a hole in the fabric or if that's just the fabric, the weave of the fabric. I'm thinking it's the weave of the fabric. Out under the RTV where I can see it clearly.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
I'll take this over here. Maybe I can show you and take a suggest for yourself.
And for my glove check.
Yep, and that's exactly what we were thinking, Ike.
Nominal. Above the RTV peeling. In the right middle finger, dry half, and I'll have it ready.
Copy, Kate.
You want inboard and then down the IEA?
Affirmative.
Frank, are we going to use a long duration pattern tether on this? And if so, I can maybe pinstill one now.
We are, Ike. We're going to use both long duration tie-down tethers.
Where? To the mounting bracket or to the handrails?
Yep, and correction, we're actually going to use 3 long-duration tie-downs. Like disregard last, it'll just be 2 long-duration tie-down tethers, and they will be on each of the handrails on the upper struts.
Oh, copy.
I am to your left.
Copy. See ya.
Nearing the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk, Glover has completed the construction of that upper bracket. His next task will be to go ahead and secure that upper triangle to the truss of the International Space Station. It won't be installed on the mast canister for this spacewalk, but it will be easily accessible and already constructed, ready to go for the next spacewalk coming up March 5th. And you can see just beyond that upper triangle, the portable foot restraint is stowed in its position. That was the work that Kate Rubins did just a little earlier.
You Hector on my left hand?
Yep, I'm pointing it.
I don't know where to move it to, so I'm just going to hold still.
You just hold still and you. Should have a view. Can you confirm?
Yep, it's the finger is centered on the camera. Can you just get your hand closer to the camera, Ike?
I'm bringing the camera closer to the finger.
That works too.
Maybe a little down for the light. Okay. I think that's fabric. If you look at the bottom of that digit, you see some bigger spaces in the fabric. It just stands out because it's in that center of a hole in the RTV, gap in the RTV.
Okay, Ike, so we'll, I think we have as good a view as we're going to get. We'll just attempt to minimize that hand, minimize the use of that hand as we finish up the tie down and clean up, and then head back to the airlock.
Copy.
Engineers here in Mission Control Houston taking a look at Victor Glover's left glove.
The upper triangle on top of the IEA. I'll kind of walk you in. The center pad is going to be facing outboard, and the bracket is going to be facing inboard with the hooks pointing up. The triangle is going to be centered on the middle battery in the middle row of batteries. So the triangle is essentially sitting smack in the middle of the IEA with the bracket facing inboard.
Okay, copy.
So that triangle will essentially sit right on top of the lithium-ion batteries that make up the interface of the electronics assembly that they're referencing. This is pretty close to the work site for the next spacewalk. They have the proper configuration. And they'll just, the next step will be to just tie it down.
The bag, that should get us all the way to the center of the IEA. Okay, Frank, hooks up, and was it center pad outboard or center pad inboard?
The center pad is outboard, and the bracket is inboard.
Okay. So it's going to sit like this.
180. Uh-huh.
It's going to sit. That's, let's see.
Center pad's got to be upward to 180, but...
This is the center pad.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So it's going to be like this.
Yep.
On that battery.
I got you.
And, see, I can go over there. Let's see. Where are we going to hook it?
Yep, so Ike, your description was correct. And on the side nearest to you, so on the forward aspect, it'll be on handrail 5353. And on the aft aspect, it'll be on the opposite handrail 5306.
We've got a 5355, not 53.
Where, can you tell us where that 5353 might be?
Yeah, sorry guys, we had an incorrect number here, so it's 5350 is what you're looking for on the forward aspect.
I've got that.
Okay. So we're going to need to extend those long duration side-on tethers.
Mm-hmm. On 5350, you have a preference for outboard or inboard stanchion, the line bus?
No preference, Kate.
All right. Frank, am I folding up the bag on the 2 Bravo side?
Ike, we will be folding up that bag. We'll just finish this side together and then have you translate down there to pick up that bag. Guys, we have a handover in about 10 seconds. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Once again, another handover of some of the video coming down from the International Space Station. Rubins and Glover are tying down the constructed upper triangle that makes up the modification kit of the 4B channel, power channel.
So, and then go get it.
Okay, I'll stay here with the tether is on it. It's on the handrail.
I see. Yeah, you're just going to have to pass that to me.
Absolutely. I'll extend it, and then I'll pitch this thing down to you.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm back with you. On the opposite, on the aft side of the IEA, you'll be looking for handrail 5349.
Copy 5349 on the opposite side of the IEA. I'm headed there. Mike's going to hand it to me across the IEA.
Copy, Kate.
Back on board the International Space Station, this is Victor Glover handling the upper triangle. Rubins has made her way to the other side of the integrated electronics assembly to get a good handle on the other side of that upper triangle. She's going to help to tie down the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the batteries. Keep it in a nice tied down stowed position ready to access in the next spacewalk. We're now a little over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
This was not as easy to extend.
Okay.
Give me a second.
No problem.
All right, lift the center pad out forward. I only got about a foot and a half of it out.
I'll get the rest. actually, that might be fine.
It looks like you've been planning
For now. All right, Frank, I have second long duration tied down tether to 5349.
Copy 5349. That's a good handrail number.
Would you like us to cinch these together simultaneously? I need to do this one.
Affirmative, Kate. Cinching them together will work best to cinch it down properly.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm not ready.
Yeah, me neither. Don't worry.
And Ike, you may also have to close the bag before you cinch it down to get proper.
Wrap around your left foot.
What's around my left?
The long duration right on the other now. So your feet are kind of in a bad spot. If you swing them inboard, more in line with the handrail, perfect.
Huh?
Okay, I've got the strap in hand and we're in a good orientation.
Okay.
When you're ready to cinch, I'm ready to cinch.
And as well, go
Hey.
slow.
Ike, before you guys cinch down, we will need that bag closed, and so you have the best essay there, whether you need to do that before or after you cinch down.
Not sure what you said. If it's about the bag lid, I'll get that in a minute. I'm not worried about the bag lid.
Okay, copy. That's fine.
Okay, we got a lot of sight.
Yep. I'm going to pull it evenly. A bit more. Are you done cinching?
Say again?
Are you done?
I don't know. How tight do we want it?
Well, I think if we go at the same time, you can get it down pretty tight.
I mean, just go until we can't pull.
Yeah.
Pretty good now. I've also got to be able to close the buckle. I don't think we want to.
Okay. Sure.
Hey, Kate, from what we're seeing on the HECA, it looks like the strap might have come out of the alignment on the top metal there, on the bottom side of the buckle. you'll have to feed that strap.
Mine did too.
Both Rubins and Glover are working with long-duration tie-down tethers. This will help secure that upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the lithium-ion batteries. That will be its stowed position for the next few days until they're able to go out again on March 5th. Rubins will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi to conduct the next spacewalk. This will be one of the first items on their agenda to dismount the upper triangle and install it onto the mast canister of the 4B power channel.
Nice job. Good hand dexterity there.
Hey, you threaded how many bolts by hand today?
All right, guys, so while you're working on that, just want to let you know we are at 6 hours and 11 minutes of PET. EV2 battery is still the limiting consumable at 7 hours and 52 minutes. And again, the plan is here to close 4B, pick up the bag at 2B, and then head back and ingress.
Copy. All right, for this tether, do you need it MLI over the buckle? Do you need any of this strap in? It goes on the outside with the wire tether.
Yep, Kate, so you'll want to close the thermal cover, fold up the strap on top of it, and then use the wire tie on top of that.
So again, securing the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly. This was constructed ahead of time in preparation for spacewalk next Friday to continue the work of installing the modification kits for future solar array upgrades. This is the last item on the task list today. After this, they'll clean up their work site on the 4B channel, wrap around to the other side on the 2B channel where they spent most of their time today, pick up the strut bag that carried the struts needed to install the modification kit. They'll pick that up and bring it back to the airlock to complete today's spacewalk. Now 6 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, big picture, we'll take that.
Yep, Kate, that looks like a good tie down on the upper triangle, and so you'll translate back around to the other side of the IEA. We'll finish closing up the bag up here on the 4 Bravo side, and then Ike will translate down to the 2 Bravo side and fold up the bag there, and then we'll head in and ingress.
Okay, you want us to both work on one bag at a time, or do you want me to go work on the 2 Bravo bag? The strap is disconnected. The lead straps are disconnected.
It's your preference at this point, Ike, but yeah, we think, Kate, if you're okay with it, finish closing up this bag. I can head down and start folding up the other bag.
You do that?
Yep.
Okay. See you shortly.
So that wraps up the tasks for today. They completed the tie down of that upper bracket to the integrated electronics assembly. Now it's ready to access for the next spacewalk. Now they'll just divide and conquer. You can see Victor Glover already on his way to the other side, to the 2B channel, already at the empty bag. This carried the struts needed to install the modification kit on the 2B power channel, which they completed earlier in the spacewalk. Rubins will remain on the other side and just wrap up and close the bag on the 4B side. That bag will remain on the truss. Glover will go ahead and close up this bag on the 2B side since it is empty and take it back in with him. The modification kit on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration. They may go back and just take a look at some of the bolts on a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a good configuration, can handle the loads given on the space station with attitude control and all of that. In the meantime, they'll just wrap up today's activities and head back in to conclude today's EVA.
And Ike, just for your SA, PGT number 8 should be in bag number 2. We just want to make sure that that's off before it gets stowed.
Copy. It is OFF. Ship bag 2.
Copy off. And Ike, as you're closing up the 2 Bravo bag, we got a really good inventory through here WVS, but we only see 1 camera. Just want to verify you see 2 cameras.
Camera zeros on the opposite side of the one you can see.
Okay, copy. Understand. Thanks.
No problem.
Hey, Frank, I got straps Alpha through Delta and cinched down.
Copy, Kate. And that looks like a good config.
Okay. Media survey.
Okay, and so Kate, that looks like a good config on the 4 Bravo bag. You can head back towards your green hook.
Copy. How you doing, Ike? Do you need any help?
That's all the help you want to give, but go ahead, be your green hook, and I'll be behind you shortly.
Okay. Now for piece of
See ya.
So a quick recap, the astronauts are completing their tasks for today. You see from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
What we were seeing, your space bag folding skills are pretty solid.
Thank you, sir.
This is the empty bag that carried out the struts where he and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins constructed the modification kit on the 2B power channel. He's going to take that empty bag back with him to the airlock. Rubins is already on her way. She checked out the portable foot restraint, looked good in a good configuration. The bag was all closed with all the tools that they'll need for the next spacewalk. Now they're just going to go ahead and head back to the airlock and conclude today's spacewalk.
Slightly outboard and wait for Ike. You'll be leading on the way back to the airlock.
Okay. Copy. I will head later. I've got my safety tether pack reassembled. the Ike's green hook.
Copy, Kate.
All right, fruit by the foot is done. I'm going to get this pumped up on my BRT and get back.
Looks good to us, Ike.
A great view of the port truss on the far left side. You can see Victor Glover wrapping up his procedures. He's just folding up the bag. He's going to tie it to his body restraint tether and take it with him all the way back to the airlock. In the meantime, Kate Rubins, you see off to the right, she's in the suit with the red stripes. She's just hanging on, waiting for Victor Glover to finish up. She's already finished her tasks, making sure the foot restraint is secured, and as well as the triangle bracket, the upper triangle, secured to the International Space Station. Both of them have completed their tasks for today and are heading back to the airlock to wrap up today's activities. The two of them successfully installed a modification kit to the 2B power channel. You can see it on the mast canister over there on the far side, kind of where Victor Glover is. It's the white structure in front of the mast canister. That's the soda can looking structure at the base of the solar arrays. That modification kit will house a future solar array upgrade. IROSA solar arrays will be deployed from that modification kit. Right now, that modification kit is in a good configuration. Teams on the ground will assess to make sure it's good to go. They can also address it on a later spacewalk if needed. But the primary task for the next spacewalk on March 5th will be to duplicate the efforts that we saw today on the 2B power channel. They'll just do it on the other side, on the 4B power channel, sort of at the bottom left of your screen.
You'll be heading to 5309 to retrieve your green hook.
Okay.
And Kate, we lost the HECA. If you're able to recycle power, appreciate it.
Yeah, does that work?
Okay.
Hey, I see you. Well, found it. Frank, did you get Hector back?
Okay, we copied and we're checking the config now.
Okay. I'm going to head in or wait for Ike to do the space put it back.
And Ike, after you pick up your green hook, if you can check on that glove real quick, and then you guys can initiate your translation back to the airlock.
All right, take the set of tag. Next to normal, both wheels unlocked. Okay, from the previous report.
Copy, Ike. Okay, we copy.
Give me just a second. Get ahead of you here.
And with
just for your essay, we have about 10 minutes left on this day pass.
And with that, their work is done. You see Victor Glover on the left there with an empty bag in tow. That bag carried the struts you see off to the left there. At the mast canister at the base of the solar array is the white structure covered in multi-layer insulation. They completed their tasks for today, and Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both making their way along the port truss back to the Quest airlock to wrap up today's activities. They have about 10 minutes of daylight left. We might see the sunset as they enter the Quest airlock and conclude today's spacewalk. Rubins taking the lead as Glover trails back to the Quest airlock. The two spacewalking astronauts in the International Space Station are flying 270 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, about to cross into an orbital nighttime.
Okay. Yeah. Never mind. I can get it for you. I think this is your safety tether.
Oh, did it grab on something?
It's from... Okay, should we come back to you? Oh, no, I caught on my safety tether.
Nice catch on that, Ike.
See it. You got the brake pedals right?
I will, yes. Okay, Frank, crossing under the port C cart. Take it on the inboard side, I'll hit those brakes twice.
Okay, copy. Good words, Ike. And that's for both the port and starboard seat brakes.
Big presses. And that works a lot better than in the pool.
Roger, Ike.
Right, inboard of the seat cart.
Cross CMT on the starboard seat of cart. Now I'm at my safety tether anchor.
Copy.
Inboard.
Tad easier without EV3 and EV4.
A tad.
A tad.
And we see the cart brake pedal. 1.
We copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike, before you head down the CETA spur, we want you to verify that both safety tethers are clear of the MT path.
Copy.
The top of the CETA spur.
Visual. Okay, Frank. The safety tethers are meter face 1. And when we both go down the CETA spur, they'll be kind of snugged up like a little fair lead off the covered lab strut. And I believe that keeps them clear of the MT translations up.
We copy, Ike, and we concur. And as a reminder, you will be ingressing the airlock first, Ike.
I'm going to just head aft, make room for him.
Great views as the two astronauts make their way to the Quest airlock. You see on the right there, Rubins is already there. She's the suit with the red stripes. Glover trailing very shortly behind. Rubins will need to move out of the way to make sure Glover ingresses first. He's got the task as the EV2 position to enter this airlock first. Rubins will enter shortly after Glover, and she has the task of closing the hatch. The spacewalk will officially end when repressurization begins.
You guys have a go for opening the hatch thermal cover.
Cover's open.
And Ike, you can stow the strut bag bundle on the large, small airlock let.
Good. You ready to copy waste tethers?
We're ready.
On my left steering extender. Tether, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Into the second waste tether at the airlock. First one, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Second, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Airlock steering extender, gate closed, slider locked, black on black.
And Kate, that is a good load path for EV1.
See from the helmet camera of Victor Glover, as the EV2 position, it's his job to work on this interface. Well, they'll connect themselves to station power and water once again, and switch some valves to not rely on the suit's battery power anymore.
And the bag is on the airlock, correct, or small.
Okay, that is a good config for you, Ike. Kate, you can turn off your HECA and verify green LED is off. Sorry, should have read you that while Ike was still available.
Set, I got a mirror. All right, HECA's off, green LED is off.
We copy, Kate. All right, Kate, once you get a go from Ike, you can move EV2 yellow hook to EV1 red reel.
Okay, you have a go.
I copy your go. My red reel. Okay, I see my red reel spring. You got this. And I just gotta wait for the airlock.
Black on black, good full test, you go.
Low hook. On EV1 red reel. Yellow hook gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Copy, that's a good secondary load path, Kate. Now you can move EV2 green hook to aft external D-ring.
Copy. And I guess I'm pulling a little.
It's okay, I can come back out a little if you need.
And Kate, we're going to have a handover in about 10 seconds. So Ike's green hook will go to the aft external D-ring. Your green hook will go to the forward external D-ring.
Copy.
Another short handover in video and audio coming from station. We should be regaining that shortly. In these final moments, Glover is already in the airlock. He's ready to switch some of the valves to and connect the suits back to station power, water, and air. Rubins is busy reconfiguring those tethers, making sure they're all in a good configuration before she enters the airlock as well. It'll be her job to close the hatch and seal it, make sure everything's good before they begin the repressurization and conclude today's spacewalk. Upon the start of repressurization, that will officially end today's spacewalk.
Green hook to the forward steering, gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Okay. I copy, Kate, and that is a good config. As you ingress, can you please verify that the hatch pit pin is in place?
Sure can.
And then you will move your EV1 yellow hook to the mini workstation and ingress the airlock.
Copy. EV1 yellow hook going to my mini workstation.
Copy.
And that is not a good config. I have EV2 yellow hook in my mini workstation. All right, can you just pause here and I need a EV2 yellow hook.
Just let it go to me, I'll take it. I've got a good safety chain and I'll come in with my red reel.
Okay.
Yep, I got it. So once you're good, you have to go to ingress. What? Sorry.
Okay, we copied all of that. Good catch. You do have your own load path to the airlock, and so you still are in a good config.
Yep, and I've got my yellow hook on my mini workstation. I guess you can see my feet getting in.
As the sun sets on the International Space Station, Kate Rubins entering the Quest airlock, getting ready to conclude today's spacewalk.
Get that in a second. And I'm trying to move my feet nadir.
You're trying to move your feet later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think I've got a good. I've got a good pin check. Getting the thermal cover.
Copy, pin check and thermal cover. Okay, we see the thermal cover closed, and you can attach the Velcro strap.
Negative. Not quite good. thermal cover is closed. Ready for your next.
Okay, for both of you, you will remove SEUs from storage pouch, remove DCM covers and Velcro to DCM, and connect the SEUs to your DCMs.
Copy.
With the thermal cover to the station's airlock closed, Frank Rubio will finish up his role as the ground IV by walking the crew through the initial pre-repressurization steps. He'll do this until handing back over to Soichi Noguchi, who's standing by in the station's equipment airlock. Noguchi will walk them through the repressurization sequence after this set of pre-repressurization tasks.
Copy. SEUs locked for both. For both. Switch water off, which is forward. Expect H2O is off message.
V1, water off.
EV2.
Okay, caution, do not close hatch until EMU water off for 2 minutes. We started our timer.
And right for closing the hatch, I'm heading towards you. I don't know if you can see my feet. Need some more clearance.
Yeah, give me a chance to let me move for a second.
Okay.
Go back the other way.
Okay.
Okay, which way are you going to rotate your cliff? Because if I can avoid your cliff, there's plenty of room. Want to be aft or forward?
I'll be forward. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. You want to be forward?
Yeah, that's where the good handrail is.
Okay. Are my feet out of the way?
Yep. And my plus is Zenith.
Okay, my place is rotated station forward, and I am port as far as I can go.
That's good clearance. For you, I can verify spools and tethers are clear of the airlock. Got eyes on my depress, repress key card. And no tools, tethers off the hatch.
Copy, Kate. All right, Kate, 2 minutes is up. You have a go for closing and locking the hatch.
Soichi Noguchi there at the hatch window, looking at his crewmates on the other side who are concluding their spacewalk. He'll take the lead as the suit IV, guiding them through the repressurization procedures and eventually opening the hatch and bringing them in the equipment lock to doff or take off their suits. You see Mike Hopkins in the foreground there, checking over some of the upcoming procedures. He'll be aiding Noguchi through some of these next tasks. Frank Rubio taking the lead as the repressurization tasks. He'll be handing over to Noguchi shortly.
That's my foot.
Still getting a little bit of video from inside of the crew lot. This is Kate Rubins working through her procedures to close the hatch. There it goes.
Just closed. Can you move your feet up
Please.
a little bit? If you don't need gouge on, feels closed. I can only get about half a turn on the handle.
Yeah, that handle does not turn far.
Okay.
If you can pull it up, though, it's not closed. So you got to make sure it's flush before you rotate. Get it flush, and you have a mechanism that will pull it down. So make sure it's all the way in the inlet, because it only travels like one turn.
Okay. Much.
Make sure it's flush, and then pull, see if it moves at all. If not, it won't move.
It does not.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
And then block the. Yep.
Gotcha. Right, hatch is closed and much.
Nice job.
All right, great job, guys. Okay, Ike, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, 2 valves open.
Oxygen EMU1 open, oxygen EMU2 open.
Switch power EV 1 and 2, 2 switches on, ON.
EMU1 power on, good LED. EMU2 power on, EV2 power on, good LED.
Copy. Good LEDs. Check power EV 1 and 2 volts. 18.0 to 19.0.
18.6 times 2.
Copy. For both, switch power to SCU. Expect warning tone.
SCU.
EV2.
All right, guys. Great job out there. I'll turn you over to Soichi, and really appreciate your hard work. I know there's a lot of challenges, but the team really appreciates it.
Hey, Frank, you were awesome. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and thanks to the entire IROSA team.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Santa. Great working with you guys today.
And sorry, I do have one delta. Like just when you said that, Frank, I lost in my left ear cup. I still got it in my right. can hear that, EV2.
I hear you. And Frank, thanks for the great work. From here, Soichi will take over for crew up repress. Both EV1, EV2, how do you hear me?
Richie, I've got you loud and clear in my right ear.
EV2 loud and clear.
Okay, EV2, EV1, EV2, DCM, O2 act to press.
E2. Okay, you with us?
I'm sorry. Ear cup may be an ear block in my left ear. Do that right now.
Okay, EV1, O2 actuator to press.
Okay, yes. You hear Soichi?
I can. And that's in Merck.
Okay.
E1 O2 actuator to press.
Copy EV1, EV2, copy of press. And EV1, check, EV hatch MPEG closed.
EV hatch MPEG is closed.
Copy. And both EV and EV2, we're going to start equalizing the pressure. If you feel the speed is too fast, please say so.
Yeah, Richie, for your awareness, I've got already an ear block in my left ear, I think.
Copy, we make it minimum opening.
So I'm good with going ahead and bringing it up, and I'll tell you if there's an issue.
EV and EV2 just started open the throttle at 1840, 1816.
Copy. Switch has still got good variability in my left ear.
Copy, EV1.
Switch is actually feeling a little better with the increased pressure. We're going in the right direction.
Copy, EV1. Good to you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We do have confirmation repressurization is underway. The clock stopped for today's spacewalk at 7 hours 4 minutes, concluding at 12:16 p.m. Central Time. Repressurization is slow and steady, about 0.7 psi right now. They will climb up to 5 psi before performing a hold and a check to make sure the pressure is holding before resuming pressurization up to equalize with the International Space Station just above 14 psi.
EV1, EV2, only if you're comfortable, I can increase the rate. How do you say?
Go for a moderate increase.
EV2. So how about EV2? Yeah, is it okay to increase the rate?
EV2.
Yeah, EV1, EV2 just passed 2 psi. We're going to increase a little bit.
Okay, no problem.
It's okay.
EV1 is good. EV2 is good.
EV2.
Thanks for doing good things for my airlock.
That's good.
Again, repressurization is underway. It's slow and steady. We're at about 3 pounds per square inch, and we'll pause at 5. Hold pressure and make sure that the inside of the crew lock is holding pressure before resuming up to equalize with the International Space Station. In the meantime, we do have statistics for you based on today's 7-hour, 4-minute spacewalk. This was the 235th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the third conducted in 2021, the fourth spacewalk for Expedition 64. For Kate Rubins, this is the third spacewalk in her career. Her career total is now 19 hours, 50 minutes, 50 minutes. This is also the third spacewalk of Victor Glover's career. His total 19 hours, 20 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 7 hours, 4 minutes, beginning 5:12 a.m. Central, ending 12:16 p.m. Central Time. And the total spacewalking time for all 235 spacewalks aboard the International Space Station come out at 61 days, 4 hours, and 11 minutes. This was also the first time an HD camera was used on a spacewalk. Some of those views provided from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. The new Heka camera, we'll be seeing those again in the near future. Also, the two spacewalking astronauts today, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, are both part of the Artemis team. They're part of a crew of 18 astronauts selected to help pave the way for the next astronaut missions to and around the moon as part of the Artemis program. Repressurization has reached 5 pounds per square inch. We'll just hold here for a second, make sure it's holding pressure before resuming up to equalize with the International Space Station, which is a little bit more than 14 pounds per square inch. We'll continue to provide coverage throughout the duration of this repressurization sequence. The hatch will open and we'll bring both of our astronauts inside, and we'll continue our coverage until they start doffing their suits, taking off their helmets and gloves, and concluding today's coverage of the EVA 71.
Houston Station on 1, step 7. The P1 is 258.
Copy 258, sweet chief.
Are we still going to ground?
Yeah.
Are we still going from the crew lock down to the ground?
You are still hot bike.
Nana, good to hear your voice.
Hey, Kate, great to hear yours, too. Nice job today. You guys crushed it.
I was going to have Sweet tell you hi for us if we were.
Thanks, Nana.
Houston Station on 1, step 7. P2 is also 258. We're going to proceed to step 8.
We copy and concur.
Okay, EB1, EB2, check. Glove heaters, OFF.
EV1, OFF.
V2.
2. And EB1, EB2, check gloves for contamination.
EV1, no contamination on gloves.
V2 negative.
Okay, and there was warning. I assume there's no cough symptoms today?
That's correct, no cough symptoms.
Great. Next is action. EB1, EB2, O2 act to IV.
Mark. EV1, IV.
EV2 IV.
Copy. Next, we're going to bring the equalization to norm, but initially we start from the slower rate, if you guys are okay.
That's good.
That sound you're hearing now is the resuming of repressurization. We had a good hold at 5 psi, did a leak check, and everything looked good. We're now resuming that repressurization back up to equalize with the International Space Station, just about above 14 psi. We're now passing 6.5 psi. Repressurization is still looking good. We're a little more than 12 psi at this point. We're heading just above 14.
And for 3T in Houston, I am only hearing breaking box audio side tones in my right ear. Ear block's pretty much resolved, and so I do think Comcast left ear is down.
Copy.
And we copy.
And the EB1, EB2, let me know if you hear the alert tone for the DPDT close to 0.
Okay, check your box.
Sorry, I say again?
They're good. It was your broken box.
Gotcha.
Houston Station on 1, looks like the pressure is equalized, which is well, we will move on to the 1.240 CDA.
Copy, and we are go for that.
EB2, we're going to open the hatch per decal.
Copy.
EB2.
All right, pressure is equalized on the other side of the hatch, just a little bit more than 14 psi. Soichi Noguchi going to work the hatch opening procedures. He'll then bring both Rubins and Glover back into the positions we saw them in at the beginning of the spacewalk on either side, the left and the right of this equipment lock, and start doffing or taking off the suits. Another handover of our satellite coverage providing video feeds from the International Space Station. In the meantime, the crew aboard will continue to work through the procedures to get both of the crew members, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, back inside the equipment lock, back inside the International Space Station, and begin taking off or doffing their suits, the helmets, the gloves, and give them the much-needed break after a 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk. The teams that you're seeing here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room have been watching throughout the duration of today's spacewalk, coming in at the beginning of the Orbit 2 shift, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Teams here will continue to remain on console through some of the next procedures. We'll continue to provide coverage until we start seeing the doffing of both of the crew member suits, the helmets come off, and we'll go ahead and wrap up our coverage.
And my FPU was routed differently. I think you may want to turn me that way.
Airlock station on 1 when convenient. Just so you know, we had a brief handover and now we are down KU, so we're not seeing what y'all are doing. Let us know if you're ready for our step 4.
Yeah, Houston Station 1, please take care of a step 4. We are now moving into the safe slot.
Can you see my FPU routing, what I was talking about? I can't tell which way it should go.
Copy, speaking.
Okay.
Now we're gaining some of those views from the International Space Station. After a short handover, you can already see Victor Glover is already inside the equipment lock, and that safer unit, simplified aid for EVA rescue, is already off.
On 1, no response required. The crew is no longer hot mic to the ground.
That simplified aid for EVA rescue, the safer unit, provides propulsion should the astronauts become untethered during today's spacewalk. But as you all tuned in, you notice the tether checks throughout the duration of the spacewalk to maintain that connection to the International Space Station. Saver was not needed, but can be used as an extra precaution. With the safer unit removed and stowed, they'll connect Glover to one of the wall units there and begin doffing the suit. That includes taking off the helmet and gloves. And they'll repeat the same steps for Rubins. First removing her safer unit and stowing it, and then begin doffing her suit. Today's 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk included the installation of a modification kit to the 2B power channel. This is the power channel that faces the Earth on the far port side of the International Space Station. That modification kit meant to very soon
out of your space.
Noguchi just communicating to Rubins that his next steps will be to remove her safer unit. But of course, today's 7-hour, 4-minute spacewalk included the installation of that modification kit. It will eventually house solar arrays that'll be installed later this year on the 2 channels that our crew members worked on today. They, of course, completed the 2B power channel. They may readdress some components of that channel on later spacewalk, but the modification kit itself is structurally sound and in a safe configuration. The 4B power channel, they got started by building the first element of the modification kit, the upper triangle. This is the bracket that goes at the very top of the configuration towards the top of the mast canister that deployed the original solar arrays. Rubins is scheduled to continue that work next Friday. You see Shuichi Noguchi on the left there, who's the suit IV, the lead for walking our astronauts through the depressurization and now just recently repressurization sequences. Of course, Mike Hopkins off to the right helping him, and some of the Russian cosmonaut colleagues are coming in the back there. You can see helping Shuichi Noguchi stow that safer unit off of Kate Rubins' suit. Kate Rubins being the astronaut in the suit with the red stripes. We also were able to see some of the first high-definition views from a space station, from a spacesuit today, using that new Heka camera you can see mounted on the left from our view here of Kate Rubins' suit. Sergei Kudzverchkov coming into frame on the left there. Russian cosmonaut that flew with Kate Rubins on the Soyuz to the International Space Station. Taking some photos as Soichi Noguchi there, the lead suit IV, works with Mike Hopkins in the background there, both working to remove the tools and tethers that our two spacewalking astronauts used throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. And again, they'll continue to doff or remove the suits, including the helmets and gloves. We'll continue to provide coverage throughout that process.
I'm going to pop your rock.
Another handover between satellites, providing video from the International Space Station. You saw Victor Glover's helmet and gloves are off. Noguchi and Mike Hopkins will continue to work on Kate Rubins' suit, doing the same, removing her tethers and tools, and then eventually her helmet and gloves. After that, we'll conclude today's spacewalk coverage.
You want to put the O2 off and okay.
As we near the end of today's coverage of this spacewalk, to install the first modification kit on one of the station's solar panels. That is the first of 6 planned modification kits. This is in preparation for some of the upcoming solar arrays. There will be a set of 6 arrays that will be mounted in front of some of the existing arrays and simply augment the power and continue to provide power for the research and commercial activities planned aboard the International Space Station for years to come. And now, as we near the conclusion of our coverage, we do have more for you to tune into on NASA TV. Tomorrow we will conduct a series of briefings to preview some of the upcoming activities for the next SpaceX crew rotation mission. This is NASA's SpaceX Crew 2 mission. Aboard is NASA's Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide of JAXA, and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency ESA. We'll have a series of briefings starting at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. First is an overview of the Crew 2 mission with a few of our directors representing our various agencies as well as SpaceX. And then we'll have a chance to speak with that crew, Crew 2, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the Crew News Conference. Again, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide, and Thomas Pesquet. We'll then have a series of round-robin interviews in the afternoon starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern throughout the remainder of the day. Then, of course, this spacewalk is set up for the next upcoming spacewalk. We did a little bit of the work on the 4B channel, of course, completing the 2B channel. But we start at that upper triangle bracket, and Kate Rubins will go out the hatch and finish some of that work, this time with Soichi Noguchi, who's currently helping to remove the gloves and eventually the helmet of Kate Rubins. That's scheduled for Friday, March 5th, and the coverage for that will start 1 hour later at 4 a.m. Central Time, 4:30 a.m. Central Time, 5:30 a.m. Eastern. Now, again, that will be to finish the installation of the modification kit. The tasks for that spacewalk are set to look somewhat identical to what we just saw today. They may even squeeze in a few other tasks. And, of course, March 5th, or perhaps a spacewalk in the future after March 5th, the crew may address some of the work done on the 2B power channel today. Soichi Noguchi and Mike Hopkins will continue to work with Victor Glover off to the left and Kate Rubins, who successfully conducted a 7-hour and 4-minute spacewalk today, installing the modification kit on the 2B power channel in preparation for some future upgrades. New solar arrays are coming to the International Space Station. With their helmets off and the suit doffing continuing, we'll go ahead and wrap up our coverage for today. Of course, tune in to the next spacewalk next Friday. Until then, this is Mission Control, Houston.